Good morning. I will start by asking the hearing team to please elevate the court reporter for us.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Good morning. Are you ready for us to go on the record?
I am.
Wonderful. Thank you. I will go ahead and start as usual with introductions. Good morning. It is March 25th, 2026, and I am Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I am conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 notice of public hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and video are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. Ms. Mullen is here with us today and will be handling any exhibits that we need to bring up. And as usual, you may address Ms. Mullen directly to bring up a particular exhibit. We will take breaks. Hopefully we will finish well before 5 o'clock, we'll see. But otherwise we will have a hard stop at 5 p.m. Where we left off was with, we had completed most, but not all of the cross-examination of the final panel from DWR, what I've called the modeling panel. What I had indicated when we, at the end of the day yesterday, was that I would bring up any questions that I have for Dr. Preece, and we would go through any redirect and recross of Dr. Preece based on that, and then excuse Dr. Preece to make sure she is well on her way before 11:15. And then we would turn to cross-examination by Ms. Desjardins, and go through that normally with the remainder of the panel. And depending on the timing of that, we would not, until at least after lunch, pick up with the remaining witness from State Water Contractors. I believe, is it Mr. Goshi? I believe that's right. But our remaining witness, and then I believe that's our final witness for this portion of the hearing. So I think that is where we are. If there are other procedural issues we should address this morning, please raise your hand. Otherwise, I will go ahead and get started by asking the hearing team to please elevate Ms. Carroll and Ms. Morris and Mr. Krieger. Might as well start with those three. We can also bring up the witnesses as well. We might as well bring all of the witnesses, although we'll start with Dr. Preece. Good morning, Ms. Carroll.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey and Carol for DWR.
And we had I'm watching, your video had a floating image in the back. There's someone standing behind you, but I think
I just saw that. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Morris.
Good morning, Stephanie Morris for the Department of Water Resources.
Thank you. And good morning,
I don't
Mr.
know if you saw it yesterday, but Mr. Atelevich had Mr. Schwartz on his shoulder. There might be some really interesting YouTube video clips at the end of this.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey, Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors.
Thank you. And I will look to at least see, we might as well bring up Dr. Preece. I think we will be starting with you, but I see we have our other witnesses in the room as well. We can do a quick video and mic check here. Good morning, Dr. Preece.
Good morning.
Wonderful. I'll just pause again. Is there anything else we should address? Otherwise, I will turn to a couple questions that I have for Dr. Preece, and we will go from there. All right, and I'll get started. First of all, Dr. Preece, thank you for returning this morning, and thank you. I know it's been a long couple days. I think this will be quick, and some of these may have been asked by others. This is somewhat just clarification for me. My understanding, and please correct me in any way appropriate, my understanding is that when you conducted your HABs analysis in, I believe your report was in DWR 404, that you used similarly sized subregions to conduct that analysis. Is that accurate?
That was the goal when I identified the subregions, but the channel lengths do differ, and that's because I had to assess the DSM nodes that were available within that subregion and the hydrology of that specific subregion. But the goal was to do similar kind of geographical size.
And why is that? Why similarly sized? How did that relate to the analysis?
It was just to, I wasn't comparing the regions to one another, but I thought it made sense to have the same sized regions because if you're looking at residence time, for example, like the Stockton Waterfront and Discovery Bay, those have really long residence times, which like on the order of multiple weeks. And that's where you see the most severe blooms. And so that impacts how you would therefore assess any changes in residence time at that location. And then like the main channel environments, those have much shorter residence times. But if I had added, a much larger area, it would make it look like that area had much longer residence time.
Mm-hmm. So can you just generally describe for me the factors that went into identifying a particular subregion? What were you considering when you set up those subregion areas?
Yeah, so when I was considering those subregions, I was relying on environmental monitoring. The Department of Water Resources Environmental Monitoring Program has a long-term monitoring stations at a number of those subregions, or literature had suggested that harmful algal blooms or cyanobacteria, microcystis, had been observed in those locations in the past. And then I also wanted to add in a few of the hotspot regions, like I mentioned yesterday. So like Discovery Bay and Stockton Waterfront, those do not have routine monitoring at them, but they're recognized as being common for having the harmful algal blooms. So I added those into my analysis as well. And then I also wanted to make sure that I captured kind of a good geographic spread across the Delta so that I could understand potential changes in residence time from the project across a number of different waterways in the Delta.
And were there hydrological considerations that went into the delineating the subregions?
Only when choosing the DSM-2 nodes. So I mentioned at the beginning that I was trying to get the same, approximately the same area that I was modeling in each subregion, but in some cases the hydrology was more complicated, like there's multiple kind of side channels mixed in. And so it didn't seem correct to omit those. And so I also had to consider that in terms of hydrology.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm just, bear with me. Well, I think that's all I had. Let's see.
And I'll just note that I did discuss with the modelers who are more familiar with DSM-2, kind of confirming the choices on the nodes that I wanted to include.
Okay. That is all I have. Thank you, Dr. Preece. I appreciate that follow-up. I will look to either Ms. Carroll or Ms. Morris then at this point. Do you have any redirect for Dr. Preece?
We do not. Thank you.
It's a short morning then. Then with that, Dr. Preece, I want to thank you so much for your time once again in this hearing and your testimony and bearing with us for the last 2 days and this morning, and you are excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Then with that was quite brief. I believe we need to bring up Ms. Desjardins. If the hearing team will please elevate Ms. Desjardins. Good morning, Ms. Desjardins. Let's try having you come off mute and we'll check your mic again.
Oh,
There we go.
All right, you want to hear me?
We
Okay.
can hear you. And then with that, I understand you have, we should make sure your witnesses are available. Let me go ahead and go through the witnesses and we'll just do a quick video and mic check. If we can just start with Mr. Singh, and the other witnesses are welcome to come on camera as well. Good morning, Mr. Singh.
Good morning.
And thank you. And Dr. Schwartz, good morning.
Morning.
And Mr. Fitzhugh,
Good morning.
excellent. And Mr. Atelovich.
Good morning.
All working well. Look at that. Then with that, I know we have Ms. Carroll and Ms. Morris in the background. So with that, Ms. Desjardins, you're welcome to ask your question.
I only have questions for Mr. Schwartz, so we could excuse the rest of the witnesses.
Well, we'll hold them because there may be redirect, but it sounds like they can go off camera for now at least. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Schwartz.
Good morning.
I wanted to please bring up exhibit DWR 1313, please. So let's go to page 2. So Mr. Schwartz, here you state you have extracted Feather River watershed total annual precipitation for each year of the simulation in DWR's 2043 level of concern, 95th percentile climate scenario, correct?
That's correct.
So I wanted to clarify the model that produced this data set. This is actually output of the DWR's WGen stochastic weather generator, correct?
It is based on output from the weather generator. That's correct.
Okay, so let's go to the exhibit 1335, which is the stochastic weather generator report. Mr. Schwartz, this is exhibit DWR 1335, titled "A Process-Based Approach to Bottom-Up Climate Risk Assessments, Developing a Statewide Weather Regime-Based Stochastic Weather Generator for California." And it's by NASA Najibi and Scott Schneider at Cornell University, correct?
That's correct.
And so you collaborated with these researchers at Cornell to develop the stochastic weather generator, correct?
That's correct. It was a collaboration with Turlock Irrigation District, DWR, Corps of Engineers, CW3E, and Cornell.
Okay, so let's go to page 22 of this document and look at figure 6. So these are the weather regimes that are used that were used in the stochastic weather generator, correct?
That's correct.
Can you explain what a weather regime is?
I could provide an explanation, but this is really outside my specific area of expertise. This was not my part of the report. I mean, I collaborated, but that's why we had climate scientists that are experts in this area as part of this work.
So I did want to call your attention to weather regime. Which climate scientists were experts?
Sasha Gershinoff at Center for Western Water and Weather Extremes, Scott Steinschneider, Dr. Najibi.
Okay, thank you. So weather regime 3 on the top right is the ridging weather regime, is it not?
I believe that's correct. Again, this is not my area of expertise. This
So-
specific diving deeply into these specific weather regime patterns and what was selected here.
So this is, let's go to figure 27 on page 22. Oh, whoops, sorry. Let's try page 47. Yes. So the significance here, are you aware that the probabilities of the different weather regimes were changing and some had statistically significant trends?
I'm aware of the analysis that was done here. And yeah, I am aware that some of the weather regimes showed some statistically significant trends over a relatively short period of time. Yes.
So particularly weather regime 3, the ridging weather regime has that has a red star showing that it's got a significant trend at the 1% significance level.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So let's go to let's go to page 19. So in this, sorry, let's see. So do you see the paragraph where they say, in addition to thermodynamic climate scenario changes in temperature and extreme precipitation, we also develop scenarios of change in mean precipitation?
I do.
And so in that paragraph, they say we consider 5 different scenarios of mean precipitation change, ranging from -25% to 25% of baseline levels by 12.5% increments.
Mm-hmm.
And it says that similar to temperature, this range was based on a subset of end of 21st century CMIP-5 projections selected by the Climate Change Technical Advisory Group.
That's correct.
So look, can we scroll down a little bit more? And they say, and then they say, finally, we develop a small set. Oh, right. And then they say, further down in the paragraph, they say, in addition, we note that the range of projected change under CMIP-6 is somewhat narrower, -10% to +15%, than is what it was projected with CMIP-5 based on the IPCC Interactive Atlas.
Okay.
Do you see that?
I do see that.
And then they say, finally, we develop a small set of scenarios of pure dynamical climate change, which was composed of changes to the frequency of different weather regimes, i.e. shifts in atmospheric circulation.
Yes,
And it says the direction of change for these types of climate change is very uncertain, but the risk of change for water systems throughout the state is potentially very large.
that's correct.
Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, so let's go to table 3 let's go to page 17 of this document and look at table 3. So are you aware of this set of climate scenarios that was produced by Najibi and Steinschneider?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and so there is scenario 1 is a historical scenario with 0 changes to temperature and 0 changes to precipitation, is it not?
No, it isn't.
What is what is scenario 1?
Well, that's the baseline. It's not historical exactly. It's the historical trace, but temperature warming and detrending was applied to that to warm it up to current temperature baseline.
Okay, so it's the baseline perturbed by current.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And so, and then scenario 8 is the 3 degrees centigrade and minus 12.5% precipitation.
And
Okay.
7% Clausius-Clapeyron scaling.
Yes. Okay. So, these scenarios are published on the California Open Data website, are they not?
They are. It's part of our transparency.
Okay. So, please pull up exhibit DDJ 84. So, Mr. Schwartz, did you look at the trends in the unperturbed data? And did you look at the variations in the unperturbed data?
Not as part of the weather generator project, but we've looked at those trends extensively in the past, yes.
So I pulled the historical data set adjusted for changes in temperature.
Mhm.
And I found that 1947, which is the same period that you reference, has minus 10% precipitation.
That looks about right.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
the Dust Bowl.
And let's go down one more. So, and then the second has 3-year average precipitation, and it's minus 38%, is the worst 3-year.
Correct.
Okay.
That
so
looks
let's-
right. I don't know. I have not verified your numbers, but that
Yeah.
sounds within the range of what I would expect to see.
And
Okay.
hearing officer Kinsey, this still does not appear to be, I think it's a new one. It does not appear to be moved over.
I think we're moving it over right now. Let me look to the team. We had a note that this, yes, it's a cross exhibit and we do
Yeah.
need to move it over. So let's
I-
pause just for a moment, Ms. Desjardins.
Also, the last exhibit we were looking at, I don't think that was moved over.
That
What-
was
Sorry, what-
DWR's own exhibit,
Oh, could you remind me the exhibit number again?
1335.
And we're just pausing. I'm asking the team to make sure this DDJ 84 is moved over.
Yeah, and just for, I think for the record, we had marked that report as DWR 1335 and put it in the folder, but we hadn't actually asked to move it over. It's completely fine that it got moved over. It was just that we wanted the full report in case it came up on cross-examination, which it obviously did. So I think it was unclear about the nature of where that came from. So I just want to be clear for the record.
Well, maybe let's clarify that further. When was 1335? 1335 was moved by DWR into its upload folder, but you never asked when. Can you just recount what you just said again?
Sure. I cannot remember the exact date. It was sometime before, I think maybe Monday, but again, it could have been Friday or Monday of this week. And so
DWR uploaded 1335 and then we moved it over, and then Ms. Desjardins, you found it there? Is that what is happening?
Yes, that's
Okay.
what I did. I had my own exhibit and then I saw, oh,
I see.
DWR has it as their exhibit. I should use their exhibit.
I see, but it has not, until now, it has not yet been offered or utilized in the hearing. Is that what your point is, Ms. Morris?
That is my point, and
Yeah.
we put it there because that report is referenced in several of Mr. Schwartz's exhibits, and we had a feeling it would come up on cross-examination, and we wanted to have it readily available. So I'm completely fine with it. It's just kind of an odd procedural.
That's an odd one, yes. And I guess we proactively moved it over.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for clarifying that. I believe DDJ 84 should be available at this time. But let's confirm, Ms. Morris, if your team can confirm, that would be great.
I am trying and refreshing and clicking through all the things multiple times. It's still not there.
Okay.
But I think we can proceed. And oh, here it is. Thank you.
Got it. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that pause, Ms. Desjardins. And I think we can continue.
Yeah. So can we go to the next page, please? So Mr. Schwartz, I wanted to compare the historical data set, which is perturbed only by observed temperatures, with your 95th percentile level of concern for the Feather River watershed. So the driest 30-year period you found had minus 12%, correct?
Projection lacks foundation. That's what we're looking at, who created it, where the numbers come from.
So we can go back to the previous page.
I'm sorry, Hearing Officer Kinsey, I was directing that to you. I think that it's appropriate for Ms. Desjardins to ask questions as witness about this, but I don't think it's appropriate to create new exhibits and testify and then ask a witness on the fly to answer questions. So that's my objection.
Well, I think noted. I think we need to identify. Can we go back, Ms. Desjardins, which maybe is where you were going to go, and identify what this exhibit is and reorient us to it?
Okay, so let me pull up exhibit Mr. Schwartz said that the data was published. So let's pull up exhibit DDJ 72.
I believe we have it here. Is this what you're looking for, Ms. Desjardins?
And this appears to be what we looked at previously marked as DWR
Right.
1335.
Apologies. Let me make sure I uploaded the right exhibit. Just a sec. Um, Apologies, I want exhibit DDJ 71. So Mr. Schwartz, this is the open data website where the weather generator data set is published, is it not?
Yep. Looks like
Okay.
it.
Thank you. And so let's go to pull up exhibit DDJ 78. Thank you. So this is from that website, and this is the list of scenarios that are published on the website.
Is that a question or a testimony?
I was trying to obtain the data. It's not testimony. I was trying to obtain the data to question Mr. Schwartz on the on his change in Feather River.
So what is your question, Ms. Desjardins?
So if I can't do this on cross, then I would request a rebuttal. It's a very basic question about the data, unperturbed historical data. So these are the scenarios that are published on the data set, and I'm willing to I was wanting to ask Mr. Schwartz and compare the unperturbed scenario with the scenario perturbed by climate change.
Well, let's try the question and we'll see if there's an objection and we'll go from there.
Okay. Yeah. So let's go back to exhibit DDJ 44. Actually, let's go back to exhibit DWR 1313, please. Okay, so let's scroll down. So Mr. Schwartz, this is the data from the stochastic weather generator that you pulled, correct?
Yes, it is.
And this is perturbed by the 95th percentile level of concern scenario, which is minus 1.8% in precipitation and 2 degrees centigrade in warming, correct?
Yes.
And it shows a 12% decrease in 1947 in the 30-year average.
So the 30-year average ending in 1947 is 12% drier than that long-term historical baseline, correct?
And so what by that you mean, yeah. So And then let's scroll down to the next page. And so this is the 3-year average precipitation. And you look at 1933, correct?
Yes.
And you find minus 41% in precipitation.
On the 3-year average is 41% drier than the historical.
Okay, so let's compare with let's go back and look at let me get my exhibit. I believe it's DDJ 84. So Mr. Schwartz, this is scenario 1, which is the unperturbed baseline from that data set. And do you see where it says minus 10%?
Yes.
So your perturbed scenario is the drought is another 2 percentage points below, correct?
It's 20% drier than that historical drought as it occurred in our unperturbed record.
Okay, and then let's go down to the next data set. So this one shows that the worst drought is in 1933 is 38% below historical average. And
Again, I have not had a chance to review this data construction. I'm going to say it looks reasonable to me, but there's a lot of data here and people can make mistakes. We have multiple folks double check all of our work. And so I'm just stipulating that I have not reviewed this and I can't confirm that all of these numbers are correct. But based on what you're showing me, I mean, if these numbers are correct, I guess that's,
so
I'll,
So, Mr. Schwartz, you're testifying that the droughts are bad. If we go back to DWR 1313, please. And the last page. So you're testifying that this drought is bad and that it's 41% below the long-term average, historical average, but did you actually compare it with the same historical drought in the historical data set?
We did, and as you're pointing out, it is quite a bit worse than the historical drought.
How much worse is it?
I mean, according to your numbers,
Let's go back.
it's 2% or 3% of the average worse, which is, I mean, may not sound like a lot, but that's fairly significant.
Okay. Thank you. So, and you're pretty sure that you're testifying that essentially this is with a 95% confidence that this is as much worse as droughts will get with climate change?
No, that's not my testimony at all.
Okay, so when you show that the 30-year average gets 20% worse than historical with your 95th percentile, level of concern. Are you, how much worse do you think that 30-year droughts could get?
I don't understand the question. Can you reframe it?
Let's go to DWR 1313 again. And go up one level. So this worst 30-year drought is 12% of the long-term average, but 12% below long-term average. So is this the worst 30-year drought that we could see under the 95th percentile level of concern scenario?
Objection. Vague and ambiguous as to, I don't understand what we're comparing to, and this appears to be just one model run. So is it compared to other model runs? Is it just on this model run? The question calls for speculation and lacks foundation.
Respectfully, this is this data set that Mr. Schwartz presented.
Well, so Ms. Desjardins,
So,
just
yeah.
make sure I understand the question. You're asking, if it's possible for me to understand the question. You're asking whether using this model run, whether it's, well, are you asking for a comparison against what are you asking? Using this model run, could there be a more significant drought indicated by using this model run? Or
I'm asking if the absolute magnitude. So he's got a worse 30-year drought is minus 12% here. And I'm asking about, is minus 12% over historical the worst 30-year drought that we could see with climate change?
You mean in reality, going forward?
Yes.
To the extent you can answer that question, Mr. Schwartz, you can caveat appropriately.
I mean, that's a profoundly uncertain question. I don't think there's anyone in the world who could answer that question. I think the obvious answer is we don't know what kind of droughts that we are going to face in the future are. What we do understand about climate change is that they are likely to be somewhat worse than what we have experienced in the past. What we have done here is amplified the worst droughts that we have seen in our past observed record, 100 years of observed record. This is a very long data set for hydrologic analysis compared to what most folks use. And we've taken the Dust Bowl era here, that is a profoundly deep, long drought, and amplified that. So it's pretty severe.
Thank you. So can we go to exhibit DWR 1335 again, please? And please pull up page 48. No, well, actually, let's pull up page 47 first. So scroll down to where the text is, Mr. Schwartz. Do you see what it says about figure 28 shows the impact of dynamic scenario 1? A 30% increase in the frequency of weather regime 3 on drought, and specifically the magnitude of the worst 5th percentile 2-year, 3-year, and 5-year droughts on record.
I do.
Yes. And so it compares, it says 4 scenarios are shown, including a baseline no climate change, dynamic scenario 1, and the results from scenario 8 in table 3, and that's the one with a 12.5% decline in precipitation. and a 3 degrees centigrade increase in temperature, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's go down to the next page and look at this graph. So the first one is the baseline that we looked at. And the next one is the dynamic change scenario with the increase in ridging, correct?
Yep.
And the next one, and that's the increase in ridging alone without
Mhm.
temperature change. And then the next one is a thermodynamic change scenario. And the last one is both temperature and the dynamic change with the increase in ridging, correct?
That's correct.
And so the worst 2-year, 3-year, and 5-year droughts are significantly worse with the increase in ridging, according to this table, are they not?
They are. That's true what you're saying. Can we scroll just up on the same page? Sorry, I'm trying to find it here. I believe I just had it on mine. Just above on page 46, paragraph starting in the second dynamic climate change scenario. And then I want to read the sentence starting importantly in the middle of that paragraph. Importantly, we emphasize here that these dynamic climate change scenarios should not be interpreted as confident projections of what will happen to the atmospheric circulation under climate change, but rather as what-if scenarios that allow us to explore the potential impact of these types of changes to decision-relevant climate statistics over areas in California. The results of this exploration will help determine important dynamic climate changes, it could, which would provide insight into the degrees of effort that should be expressed in resolving uncertainties around these types of future climate change. So I think this is pretty clear that these were what-if scenarios that we did because we were interested in understanding, I think, the things that you're interested in understanding, Dr. Desjardins, but these were not meant to be confident projections of what will happen in the future.
So, Mr. Schwartz, so can we bring up, first I would like to go to exhibit back to the exhibit DDJ 78. Please. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Sorry, exhibit DDJ 84. So, Mr. Schwartz, the dynamic scenario data is not on that website. And
I believe it is. So the last two scenarios in your table there. I believe we uploaded everything, but if not, if you
go
tell me
back.
that's not there, that's
Let's go back to exhibit DDJ 78, please. So these are what is on that website.
I see. Okay, so we didn't update. We updated all of we uploaded all of these, but not those. I think because they were considered what-if scenarios and not exploration of the response surface as these were considered to be.
So, so let's go back to exhibit DDJ 84. Can we scroll down, please? And scroll down one more. Scroll down further. scroll down to the last page, please. So I did pull the data for the 3C 12.5% precipitation as a proxy for the increased ridging scenario. And and if you look at the 30-year 1947 scenario, it shows a decrease of 23%, does it not?
Section, the figure lacks foundation.
I think I understand, Ms. Desjardins, this is based on your representation that you pulled the data, so it comes with those caveats. So I think Mr. Schwartz can't,
Yes.
I mean, we all see what is presented on this figure here.
I can't provide more foundation than the report for the weather generator, the graphs, the website.
Well, and I think we got through this before, right? Mr.
Yeah.
Schwartz made the caveat of, he has not had the opportunity to examine the data, but it looks.
Yeah. So
let's go to the question. Where are we going?
Okay, so the question here is, so this is 23% below, the 1947 is 23% below the 30-year average.
Well, I think we don't need Mr. Schwartz. We all see what you have presented on this slide. So let's go to what is your actual question for Mr. Schwartz?
Well, and let's go down a little more. So the other one is 51%. The 3-year is 51% below historic average.
And we all see that based on what you have.
Yeah, so
representation.
Mr. Schwartz, these are significantly worse than the 95th percentile level of concern, are they not?
Yeah, they're drier.
And they're significantly drier.
I mean, yeah, those are larger numbers.
Okay, can we pull up exhibit DDJ 73, please?
I mean, I feel like I have to respond to the well, I'll let you ask your questions. These are not realistic projections of the future based on new science and data that was available since we ran those scenarios. I don't think if we ran it today, we would go that dry because there's no climate models that are suggesting that the range is that wide, even for the end of the century. But based on the CMIP5 data, there was some level of uncertainty that we could get to that dry because we weren't able to disentangle the interannual variability from the long-term climate signal, as I discussed yesterday. And so in an effort to explore and understand how our system might respond to that kind of change, we did run the weather generator out that far. But what you're showing, I don't believe that those levels of precipitation drying are at all realistic for what we might see in this century.
Okay, so
based on new science.
So, Mr. Schwartz, this is a peer-reviewed article that you published on the stochastic weather generator, is it not?
It is.
And it's titled A Statewide Weather Regime-Based Stochastic Weather Generator for Process-Based Bottom-Up Climate Risk Assessments in California, Part 2, Thermodynamic and Dynamic Climate Change Scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
So please go to page 2, please. And then please scroll down. Scroll further. So Mr. Schwartz, in this data set, in this article, you specifically mention on this paragraph, other types of long-term climate change are also possible, but with a greater degree of uncertainty. And then you say, shifts in atmospheric circulation or dynamic climate changes have been observed and projected for California, correct?
That's correct.
And then you cite Zhang et al. Recently showed a 40-year decline in the frequency of a deep trough over Western North America that is associated with strong moisture flux and precipitation in California.
That's correct.
And it says this trend in the frequency of one large atmospheric flow pattern appears to explain much of the drying trend observed over California in the Southwest during that same period. And then further down, do you see where it says CMIC 6 climate model simulation suggests these observed shifts in atmospheric circulation have been driven by anthropogenically forced climate change?
Yes.
And you say, for instance, Swain et al. Found that changes in the spatial pattern and intensity of atmospheric circulations may be responsible for projected increases in the frequency of dry and wet regimes in California.
Objection, is there a question?
Mr. Schwartz, what you said, if you refer to a peer-reviewed paper, Swain et al. Found that changes in the spatial pattern and intensity of atmospheric circulation patterns may be responsible for projected increases in the frequency of dry and wet regimes in California. Isn't this part of the best available science that you're citing here?
It is, but you should probably continue reading on the same paragraph where it lists some other studies that showed kind of conflicting signals, and I think concludes that these are deeply uncertain factors, and whether these are long-term trends or that they are a continued expression of our decadal variability, and that in different parts of the world, this is behaving differently. And so we have significant questions about how this will play out and exactly how it will play out. Furthermore, if we're going to put this into our models, we don't just have to have some kind of general idea of something. We have to tell the model exactly what we want it to do, to how, at least in this weather generator configuration, we have the ability to simulate changes in these large scale canonical weather regimes and processes like you're getting at. We built that into the weather generator intentionally because we are concerned about this potential shift, and we want to be able to explore that. And that's why we ran some of those experiments. But we decided in the end not to include this, a change in this particular function of the atmosphere, at least explicitly, by changing the way that the weather regimes respond, or their transition probabilities, because of this level of uncertainty right now. I've gone before the Independent Delta Science Board, and asked them to focus attention on this item because it's so important and we need greater answers on this, but we just don't have the level of certainty that we need. Despite these several papers that have discussed these changes, we're aware of them, we're tracking them. There just isn't the level of certainty needed to parameterize a model to for exactly what's going to happen or what we want to test here. At the same level as what we understand with thermodynamic scaling, which we are relatively certain about. We understand the mechanism, we understand the direction of change, and we understand more or less the range. And we have built that into the model, and we are testing that, and that is in the scenarios, absolutely.
So, can we please go to page 10 of this publication, please? And so, Mr. Schwartz, you reproduce the same graph showing trends in weather regimes here, do you not?
It appears to be the same graph, yeah.
Okay, and so let's scroll down a little bit. Okay, stop. And do you see where it says, while we do not attempt to explain the causes of weather regimes trends reserved here, we do note that recent attribution studies have highlighted possible explanations for such trends, including anthropogenic warming, Zhang et al. 2022, and rising aerosol emissions across Southeast Asia. And you cite Kuo et al. 2023.
I see that.
So, Mr. Schwartz, you do cite an attribution study, which highlights possible explanations for such a trend. Isn't that best available science?
Possible explanations from one study?
Mr. Schwartz, did you do any kind of literature search on ridging or possible explanations for ridging, the increased ridging that we've seen?
I did not personally.
So let's bring up let's bring up exhibit DDJ 80, please. So Mr. Schwartz, this is with respect to your testimony about historical adjustment of hydrology. And you have evaluation dashboard, do you not?
We do.
Okay.
Again, part of our transparency effort.
Okay, so let's scroll down. I did download the data here. And this is the inflow to Shasta Dam, is it not?
Mm-hmm.
And so you have an orange trend line, which is 1906 to 2021, and it's generally increasing, correct?
That's correct.
And then you have a blue trend from 1992 to 2021, and it's generally decreasing, correct?
That's correct.
So why did you consider the blue trend to be significant?
As a trend line, I mean, I think I've testified extensively that 30-year averages or 30-year trends can be specious in California hydroclimate, that we have seen long periods, 30 years and more, of drying, apparent drying, and then wetting and back again. And so while this 30-year period is, it got drier between 2000 and 2020. I mean, just we've had now three above normal years in a row since the end of that trace right there. I'm not saying that it's getting wetter. I'm just saying that this is a very noisy signal, and it's hard to make conclusions about long-term change from a 30-year period like this.
Okay, so can we go down to the next page? So this is the inflow to Oroville, and it shows a similar decrease, does it not?
Does?
And further down, the American River.
Yeah, I mean, this is full natural flow, and so all of our scenarios also, I will say, all of them, even the ones that have a wetter precipitation signal, show lower inflow and lower flow in the 8 river index. I showed that yesterday or Monday in my testimony. So, I mean, to your point about a decreasing trend, all of our scenarios have this decreasing trend in them.
How do all your scenarios have this decreasing trend in them?
Can you be more specific? I mean, they're warmer. They have greater evapotranspiration. They have less snowpack accumulation, faster meltout. They have more extreme events, both big events and drying trend, and the smaller events.
But do your scenarios have an overall decrease in precipitation?
The 95th percentile level of concern 2043 does, yes.
And that's at a minus 1.8% decrease in precipitation.
That's correct.
Mr. Schwartz, is this trend only 1.8% decrease in precipitation?
I can't answer that question. That's not what this is showing.
Okay.
This is a full natural flow. This is
I'm sorry.
This is
Yeah.
a full natural flow diagram, not a precipitation diagram.
But did you look at the change in precipitation over that 30-year period?
Yes, we did.
And is the change in precipitation over that 30-year period only 1.8%?
I don't have that number off the top of my head. It's fully documented in DWR 0112.
Okay. Thank you. So just a minute. Can we bring up exhibit DDJ 075, please? So Mr. and can we scroll down a little? Okay, so Mr. Schwartz, you cite the peer reviews of this method. Do you not?
Yeah, I mean, we're going back and forth where we were just talking about the climate adjusted hydrology. Before that, we were talking about our future climate change scenarios. This is a document about our future climate change scenario process. So I just want to make sure that
Thank you.
you help me orient to what you're asking about.
So specifically, this is an independent peer review of part 2 of the delivery capability report, and this was the review of your level of concern scenarios, correct? That the including the weather generator and the minus 1.8% perturbation, correct?
Yes.
So can we go to page 522?
I'm sorry, Ms. Desjardins, what page did you say?
It said page 522. Did I manage to not get that correct?
Maybe page 22? No, that doesn't look right.
You know, just a minute. I might not have the correct page number here. Let me pull that up and go through it myself.
And while we're doing that, I don't think the last several have moved over yet. It's okay. I'm not trying to slow us down. I'm hoping to.
I think
them.
everyone's, yeah, no, I believe we're doing it in the background. I don't know. Ms. Bullen can't do it because she's sharing, so it's a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Schwartz, Dr. Feldman is at Lawrence Berkeley Lab, is he not?
Yes.
And wasn't he part of the team that looked at the LOCA 2 downscaling?
He was, yes.
Okay, thank you. So
I assume you mean I mean, you're talking about the broader community of scientists who looked at the LOCA 2 downscaling, not for DWR, or are you talking about something for this process?
I'm talking about that looked at LOCA 2, not for this period. So I'm saying that he was a scientist that looked at LOCA 2 overall, correct?
Again, can you be? You're asking me to. I don't know what you're asking me about what his involvement in some other project was, and you got to be more specific about the project.
Okay. Let's go to page 11, please. So with regard to your variant averaging, do you see the comment where he states the slopes and intercepts of the major and minor axes of both ellipses should be listed, and the confidence intervals of the estimates of these slopes should be added?
Yes.
And doesn't he say that statistically significant differences between these slopes would indicate that the variant averaging procedure is destroying important information about the likelihood of future covariate changes into temperature and precipitation in California?
Yeah, we actually chose yeah, we did not change that based on his comments. And other scientists have suggested that that in the climate models that temperature and precipitation seem to be largely independently moving in these scenarios. While there are important impacts on temperature from on precipitation from temperature, these things are moving seemingly independently in the projections.
So can we pull up DDJ 82, please? So, Mr. Schwartz, this is from the scenario 1 data set, which, it's a graph of temperature in red versus precipitation in blue.
Mm-hmm.
And do you see how temperature appears to peak when the precipitation is reduced?
I'm not sure I see that.
If you look at the most
Mm.
recent regime highlighted in red, do you see a big peak in temperature?
I mean, I see 2017 as a hugely wet year and also a very warm year. And I see 2000, probably 15, 16, also very warm years. That are dry.
So let's scroll down a little. So Mr. Schwartz, the recent drought years were significantly warm, were they not? Particularly
Objection, last
2014 and
foundation.
2015.
All recent years have been pretty warm.
Was there, doesn't this graph show that there's a peak around 2014 and 2015 at the height of the drought? 2012 to 2016 drought?
I'm just going to object again. I don't know the source of this data, who created it, what the labeling is. I think the question could be asked. I'm
Hold
sorry.
on,
Hearing
hold
Officer
on.
Kinsey,
Ms.
I'm sorry.
Desjardins. Ms. Morris gets to make her objection.
Okay,
and then you
go,
can
sorry.
respond.
I'm not trying to stop Ms. Desjardins from asking the questions, but I think if we are assuming that that's accurate, there's no foundation for it. If she wants to say she created it and ask the question based on her creation, I don't have an issue with that.
Thank you, Ms.
So-
Morris. And
so-
we'll proceed on that understanding. Are you going to, I
So,
understand. Okay, please.
So respectfully, let's scroll back to the top of this. So Mr. Schwartz, scenario 1, the data set has both temperature and precipitation, does it not?
Yes.
And so if you go to DWR's website and you pull the scenario 1 data set, just the unperturbed historical but adjusted for temperature, you can get the sequence of temperature and precipitation, correct? In that data set.
Yes.
So I did this for the purpose of asking you about the observed shifts. And have you looked at the covariance between temperature and precipitation in that data set?
We actually have. I testified to this on Monday. In fact, if you would go to slide 16 of my my present 13 DWR 1308. Slide 16. So here you can see actually a forward projection of what the climate models are saying, plotted in terms of both their temperature and precipitation change signal. And actually what Dr. Desjardins is pointing out is is actually preserved here. And I think to Dr. Feldman's point, it was our method was not destroying that statistical connection because it actually comes through after we've done that procedure on both temperature and precipitation. Temperature really doesn't have a high interannual variability signal at all in California. It's fairly regular. And so the linearity, the 30-year averaging and linear trending doesn't, I don't think, affect the temperature signal much at all. But on a long-term average, and that's what we're really concerned about, not the year-to-year individual behavior, I think that Dr. Desjardins is talking about, but on a long-term average, we do see this connection in that you see the climate models that are projecting very hot outcomes have a wetter outcome associated with them, wetter than the average, and the cooler or less drying, less warming scenarios have a drier outcome. So it's actually the opposite signal from what we've maybe what Mrs. Desjardins is pointing out in her testimony or in her graph there.
So, Mr. Schwartz, I'd like to move to strike this because it's not responsive to the question. The question was about observed data, not about CMIP6. It was about observed covariation in temperature. And if we could go back
I think
to
that's
exhibit
fair.
C.
We
Yeah.
could, so here's how we'll handle that. I'll strike that testimony. Of course, DWR will have an opportunity for redirect if it's responsive to the general topics. But please, Ms. Desjardins, do you want to ask your question, your
Yeah.
specific question again?
Yeah, let's go back to exhibit DDJ 84 again. Oh, if that's the right one, which one is it? No, that's not the right one. DDJ 7 oh, DDJ 82, please. So, Mr. Schwartz, I'm actually asking you about this is the observed data modified for climate change, and I'm actually asking you about the covariation in precipitation and temperature. So did you look at the covariation of precipitation and temperature in this data set?
I don't think we did. Do you have any like statistical analysis of the covariance here?
Mr. Schwartz, I wouldn't do that kind of analysis because I'm not testifying. I was just asking you if you had looked at the data. You did describe the rolling average. I did, if you look at the 10-year running mean, can you see how it decreases and then it increases? That's the bright red line. Did you look at all at how temperature can decrease and increase in California?
We didn't. No.
Okay. So, and let me scroll down a little more. So, did you look at temperature increases during the 2012 to 2016 drought in the data set?
No, we didn't focus on specific patterns that way, specific short periods of time in that way, at least not on temperature.
So did you look at all at correlations between temperature and precipitation in droughts?
Objection as to relevance. I was hoping Ms. Desjardins could tie it together for me, but I'm not seeing where we're going.
Respectfully, this has to do with Mr. Schwartz's testimony that precipitation and temperature with Dr. Feldman's peer review comment about covariance in temperature and precipitation.
I'll allow the question, please, Mr. Schwartz.
Can you repeat it, please?
So did you look at the variance between temperature and precipitation in droughts?
It was a couple of years ago. I don't recall anything specifically, no.
Okay, thank you. So let's go back to exhibit DDJ 75, please. And just a sec. Apologies. Not have the correct page number. So can we go to page 10, please? Thank you. And on the bottom of page 10.
I mean, just to point to your questioning here of why we use the historical sequence of events that comes with temperature and precipitation that are linked together. And so we are using these historical events as they occurred and making them more extreme in both temperature and precipitation. And so if the historical signal includes these connections as you're suggesting, then those will be kind of carried forward in all of our scenarios. So historical droughts, if they have been warmer, then those same years when we apply climate change to them will stay warmer, and we'll get that even warming applied on top of that.
So can we look at page 521, a comment that Dr. Feldman's comments on page 521, line 70 to 21. And he suggests caution must be exercised in attempting to isolate the signal of climate change from natural variability. Indeed, the decadal climate prediction literature is replete with an exploration of this very approach. There are fundamental limitations in the ability of data analysis to do this.
What's your question, Ms. Desjardins?
Yeah. So he specifically says that these and many other references show there are fundamental limitations to isolating climate change signals from natural variability. So how did you take this into account in your variant averaging?
So we did add all of these references. We reviewed them and considered them. We also compared what we did with some work done by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and their working group 1. And that's in our report. And they found very similar type signals when they for the Western United States. when they did a similar, well, we actually don't know what methodology exactly they used because we could not find the backup, but it was published as part of the international report, the most definitive report on climate change, and shows a graph that is published as part of our DWR 127, that is right in line with the precipitation change signals that we were able to isolate.
Okay, thank you. That seeks well into my next question. Can we please pull up exhibit DDJ 81? So can we scroll down a little bit? So, Mr. Schwartz, is this the IPCC Working Group 1 technical summary?
It appear I'm not familiar with this particular document off the top of my head.
Okay, so this is the IPCC Working Group 1 technical summary. Did you look at it at all?
We did. We were looking through, I believe, I didn't personally do this work, but we did an extensive search for the basis, but we could go, yeah, yes, why don't you ask your question? We could not find the documentation for the figures that we used.
So can we go to page 87, please? Thank you. So the IPCC shows these graphs in long-term water cycle variable changes. Do you see that? And the graph and precipitation is the IPCC's projection for precipitation.
Is that a question, Ms. Desjardins?
Yeah, so is this the IPCC's projection for precipitation in this document?
I would have to take more time to review the document to be confident in an answer to that question.
Mr. Schwartz, can you see the hatching where it says low model agreement?
Yes, I can.
Is that hatching over California?
Yes.
So can you point to where the IPCC is using the variant averaging method?
Objection, vague and ambiguous, point to where, on what?
Where and how is the IPCC using the variant averaging method? Because this looks to me like they're just looking at the agreement in actually let me ask this in two questions. One, so what does model agreement mean, Mr. Schwartz?
To me, that would describe the degree to which the ensemble of global climate models, their initial condition, including their initial conditions, runs, variance, and different emissions pathways, agree on the direction and magnitude of change in a variable.
So this map is showing where there is low model agreement, and that's low low agreement in the direction and magnitude of change in precipitation, correct?
That's right. There's quite a bit of uncertainty across the models, particularly in and around California. And that's directly related to the amount of interannual variability and the in our historical system, and the difficulty in disentangling those signals and figuring out what the trend is.
So can we go to page 85, please? So do you see box TS6 water cycle here?
Yes.
So can you see where it describes how changes in atmospheric circulation patterns affect where and how often the severity of very wet and very dry events increase in a warming climate, high confidence, but changes in atmospheric circulation patterns affect where and how often these extremes occur?
Yes.
So the IPCC themselves are highlighting the importance of changes in atmospheric circulation patterns, are they not?
I don't see where it says that the atmospheric circulation patterns, I mean, they're highlighting that it's a concern. I think I agree with that. I don't think it says that there's high confidence in how those atmospheric circulation patterns are going to change.
So it says changes affect where and how often extremes occur, correct?
Yes. Atmospheric circulation patterns affect where and how often these extremes occur. It says that. I think that is describing historical conditions and today's conditions. Yes, atmospheric circulation patterns definitely affect where and how often extremes occur.
Okay, including drought, correct?
Yeah,
Okay,
I think that's an extreme.
so and next it says that over the 21st century, total land area subject to drought will increase and droughts will become more frequent and severe, high confidence, correct?
Correct.
So, and then it says near-term projected changes in precipitation are uncertain mainly because of internal variability. But they also list model uncertainty and uncertainty in forcings from natural and anthropogenic aerosols, correct?
That's correct.
So when you do a linear variant averaging, and you remove and you do a linear trend, how do you know that you're only removing internal variability?
Well, I think so. As I explained yesterday, we used well, I guess I'll give a little bit deeper explanation of what I said it gave in my testimony to get into this. But basically, the newer generation of climate models comes with additional runs that were not available from the older generation, the CMIP 5, right? So the same model run with the same emissions pathway scenario, but with different initial conditions. And so when you do that, the only difference, the physics are the same in those runs. Everything is the same except these like minuscule differences in the data at the starting point of the model, and then the physics within the model are the same. The climate forcing is the same from greenhouse gases and other forces. And so the model does its run, and what we understand, and again, I'm not a climate scientist or a global climate model developer, but from my collaboration with those folks, what we understand is that those runs run with the same model and the same emissions pathway with different initial conditions. Really, the only difference in those can be the differences in those runs can be attributed to natural variability and not climate signal. And that, so if you can, if they're all giving you a consistent trend, as I showed with the linear, the averaging, the 30-year averaging and linear trends, then you can be confident that that model is telling you that there's a trend here in that variable, and that you've smoothed out as much of, or a lot of, the interannual variability and tried to retain as much of the signal as possible. This is a difficult thing to do. We acknowledge that, but because of the way that we run CalSim, which is based on this historical 100-year experience of observed data, and all of our climate runs are perturbations of that historical 100 years. And so they already have the interannual variability, the connection between temperature and precipitation that we observed in the historical environment. We do that because that's the signal that we trust that data more than anything else, because that's the lived experience that actually really happened. And so that's what we want to base everything on. And then we want to add climate signal to that. But we have to do some work on these climate models to disentangle, like every one of these climate runs is interannual variability and climate signal. It's a mix of those things, and so we have to disentangle that. The new models give us a lot more information and tools to do that. We developed this methodology. We think it's working quite well, and we compared that to the data that the working group won, and it's not the figure that you showed, it's a different figure. I'd like to bring that up at some point, but
Yeah, so Mr. Schwartz,
yeah,
can you bring up the IPCC figure that you used, please?
yeah,
I'm just wondering, hearing out, unless there's a pending question, since we're changing, is this a good time for a break?
A break. No, I was going to ask the same. Ms. Desjardins, at some
Yes,
point,
that's a great time for
a
a
good
break.
time for a break. Okay, let's go ahead and take 10 minutes. We can relax our brains.
And Mr. Schwartz, can you like help the before we leave, can you help locate the IPCC report you're doing, or tell me which one and I can upload it? Is it's an exhibit?
It's a figure in DWR, what is it? 0127, and it's page 25, and it comes from the IPCC Working Group 1 Interactive Atlas.
Okay, thank you. And now let's go.
Thank you. All right, we'll come back at 10:56. All right, welcome back. I will look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Desjardins, you're welcome to come back on camera as well as Mr. Schwartz. And I do want to make sure we have, and Ms. Carroll, thank you.
Mr. Schwartz is just delayed by about another 30 seconds.
Yeah, no problem.
Well,
He's been on the spot all morning, so.
yeah, it's hard enough to do cross-examination, and Mr. Schwartz has had hours of testifying. At least he got a break overnight.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
No problem. I think we are all here. And so with that, back to you, Ms. Desjardins.
Yeah, so Mr. Schwartz, can we pull up the IPCC page?
Well, yeah, if we could go to DWR 127, page 525.
Is it
It's
25 or?
well, I'm not sure. On mine it says 525. It's try 25, or it's probably much further along than that.
Ms. Mullen, it's a weird one. You have to hit 5-25 in the PDF and it should take you there. But yeah, if you have to 5-25.
Sorry. Yes.
It's the weirdest PDF I've ever seen, for sure.
We're just really sophisticated in how we numbered the pages.
We just think we're really sophisticated when we get our page numbers to line up with the PDF page numbers.
So if you could scroll down just a little bit more so we can see that full figure. So this is a figure from, as you can see, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, Working Group 1. It's from the Interactive Atlas of Regional Information. And what this is showing is precipitation change values from the combined Western North American region. You can see it shaded in blue there. The dashed lines on that figure. So this is a cumulative distribution function or an exceedance plot like you've been seeing from the other modeling folks. So this shows the full distribution of values for precipitation across all of the models, kind of arranged in a distribution. And the dashed lines are from the raw global climate models. The different emissions pathways are the different dashed lines. And then the solid lines are from the downscaled LOCA data that we used with the variant averaging and linear trending, and the probability distribution fit to that data after we've done our analysis to try and remove as much natural variability as possible. And so we're not exactly clear.
Well, let's, Mr. Schwartz,
Yes.
pause for a moment. If Ms. Desjardins, do you have a question you want to?
Yeah, so Mr. Schwartz, this is for the combined Western North America region.
That's correct.
And so this isn't specific to California, correct?
So it does include some areas of Oregon and Washington. That's correct. If you scroll down to the next figure, we've extracted the data for a larger region even that includes more southern area, because this is this fine a detail as the report goes, as that data goes. But I think it's illustrative nonetheless to your points about whether our linear to trending methodology is reasonable or not.
So, Mr. Schwartz, they're looking at the median 25th, 75th, 10th, and 90th percentiles over the entire model ensemble, are they not?
They are.
And they're looking at,
and Fifth and 95th.
and they're not using variant averaging, are they?
It's unclear exactly how they're getting at this analysis. We dug extensively. I believe sent a number of emails to try and get documentation on how this was done and couldn't get any. So had to do our own kind of a method, but this is a nice back check that we got the same answer that they did, irrespective of how they did it, or a similar answer.
Okay. So did you do any similar examination of the range of climate model projections for California?
Well, ours is for California, or for the State Water Project, or the CalSim watershed area, contributing area. And this was as close as we could find to another publication that had this type of information in it. And I think it's a pretty good, near example.
So, Mr. Schwartz, you're telling me that the only comparison you did with the full range of projections for the CMIP 6 climate model ensemble was with Western North America as a whole?
Misstates testimony.
Mr. Schwartz, if you can respond, you can caveat that or correct as appropriate.
That's not what I that's not, no.
So,
we did our analysis using available downscale data for this region that applies specifically to the CalSim contributing area. We've then looked for other approaches and other data sets or other representations of a similar type process to compare what we had done with what other scientists had found. And we found this. And we think this is a reasonable, pretty close approximation. It's for a larger area. And we describe that in the text, that if you go back up to the other figure, because I think it's closer to the California area, we see that they find very, very similar signals across the distribution. These lines are more or less parallel to each other. So that means that across all of these percentiles, you're getting a similar stretching of, you're from the very extreme to the next very extreme, you're moving about the same amount. And what it's actually showing is what our distribution is drier, considerably drier than what this larger region suggests. And we explain that in the text as probably that probably has a lot to do with the fact that they've included Oregon and Washington in this, which are further north and likely to see a wetter signal. But overall, this is a pretty close. It's not the same, but it's very close, and it's I think validating that we have not removed too much and retained the general signal from the climate models of precipitation change.
So can we please open exhibit DWR 1312, please? So can we scroll down, please? Scroll down more. So, Mr. Schwartz, are you testifying that the IPCC looked at linear trends of 30-year rolling averages?
No, I'm not. I'm testifying that however they got to their probability distribution of future precipitation change, however they did it, I don't know how they did it. Maybe they did use 30-year averaging and linear trends. I don't know. But however they did it, they got to a very similar answer to what we got.
So Mr. Schwartz, can you look at, so where you show, on the lower graph, where you show the variant averaging of the linear trends of the two different variants?
3.
Yeah, did the IPCC use variant averaging?
I think I just answered that. I don't know how they did it. But
Okay.
I assume that they did look across variants. That's the fundamental tool that you would use to get at this answer. The fundamental data set, I should say, that you would use. I would have to imagine that they somehow looked across those variants.
So Mr. Schwartz, you testified that this method was peer-reviewed. What was used by the IPCC. Is that really correct?
The state's testimony.
Yeah, I think you're confusing two things here. I mean, this document was peer reviewed. You
Okay.
pointed to Dr. Feldman's peer review, and there were 2 other scientists who also looked at this and made comments and reviewed. But I didn't testify to anything about the IPCC. But that both figures appear, both the IPCC figure and ours appear in our report and were reviewed by those scientists.
So Mr. Schwartz, did you feel that Dr. Feldman's comments approved variant averaging?
I think his comments suggest that he had some reservations about it. We did not receive critical comments from the other 2 reviewers
Okay, can we
about
bring
this
up
particular
exhibit DDJ 77, please? So this is Dr. Ruby Ling's peer review of the methodology. So can we go to page 13, please? In number 3. Dr. Ling, as you read this, Dr. Ling says it's important to consider developing future climate scenarios using monthly rather than annual mean temperature and precipitation changes. Correct?
Yes.
So in the weather generator, the 95th percentile level of concern, you use two single numbers, minus 1.8% and plus 2C over annual over all months, right?
The temperature, yes. The precipitation is a bit more complex in how it is actually applied because of the Clausius-Clapeyron scaling that we apply, which is just essentially this thermodynamic effect of a warming climate allows the climate to behave essentially like a sponge, right? And the warmer climate, the sponge gets bigger, it can suck up more moisture, and then when it releases that moisture, it can release bigger storms. I think we would both, Dr. Desjardins, agree on that characterization. And so the model will make the way that this functions, this mechanism works, as we understand it, is the largest precipitation events get bigger, and everything else kind of gets smaller as the sponge sucks water out of the rest of the distribution, and then when it comes out all in one. So that's how it works in our model as well. So I don't think that if you looked at month to month change in our scenarios that you would see that exactly 1.8% change in every single month. The wetter months are going to get significantly wetter, and everything else is going to get drier to average out to that 1.8% drier.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. So I want to get back, before we go into that, I want to get back to Ms. Ling's points. So she said, she specifically talks about an interesting aspect of climate change over California is the sharpening of the seasonal cycle with increased precipitation during winter and reduced precipitation during fall and spring. So you're testifying that that's in the WGen model, correct?
Well, I can testify to the fact that I know that some of the adjustments in the climate adjusted hydrology do exactly that, because like October, November precipitation was
Schwartz,
released, but to the
Mr.
extent,
Schwartz.
can I answer the question?
Yeah, I'm
Ms.
asking.
Desjardins, pause. Let's let Mr. Schwartz briefly
ahead.
answer
All
the
right.
question, and then you'll have your turn.
To the extent that the function that I just explained of thermodynamic warming with 7% Clausius-Clapeyron scaling sharpens the season, and that is I believe the mechanism that we would understand is the mechanism that is causing that. I believe that the weather generator scenarios should be picking that up as well.
So let's go to exhibit DWR 1335, please. And I'd like to go to page 18. And let's scroll down. So, Mr. Schwartz, I believe, doesn't this show how, yeah, so black is the historical distribution of precipitation with the red line,
Yes.
correct?
Yep.
And the blue line is the thermodynamic change, correct?
Yes.
So this so this is and this shows that the drier precipitation, the drier end of the distribution gets drier, and the wetter end gets a little bit wetter, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. That's how the weather generator is responding.
So my understanding is that this is applied uniformly over every month, correct?
As I said, the way this is working is it only works on precipitation events. You have to have an event in order to scale precipitation. And I think we all understand that not all months have the same amount of precipitation or the same amount of precipitation events. So No, it's not applied uniformly across the months.
Respectfully, so every time there's a precipitation event, it will apply the scaling and generating precipitation events in each month, based on, and it will generate the events based on a distribution, correct?
I think that's a more accurate depiction.
Okay, so let me try and find shit maps. Okay, so let's go to page 22 again, please. And these are the weather regimes. And let's scroll down to the caption on figure 6. So the weather generator, do you know what a 500, what is 500 hectopascals geopotential height?
I'm not the right person to make that definition.
So,
I'm sorry, but
so
I'm sure it's in the report at some point near these figures, and
So-
I'm sure you have a definition.
So this detects, on the face of this detects atmospheric ridges and troughs during the cold season from November to April.
And
Vague and
warms.
ambiguous as to this.
A figure 6, it states composites of 500 hectopascal GPHAs, that's geopotential height anomalies, for days characterized under each weather regime during the cool season, November to April.
And warm season, May to October.
So the weather generator divides the season into a cool season, November to April, and a warm season, May to October, correct?
Yes.
And it finds the characteristic patterns for each season, correct? Both the cool season and the warm season.
Yes.
And then the stochastic part, as I understand it, is that it associates precipitation distributions with each of these weather regimes.
I think the more accurate way to describe that is that in the stochastic mode of the weather generator, that I should say we are not using for these scenarios yet. So I mean, we can talk about it. It's kind of irrelevant to the proceedings here, I think.
So you're not using the stochastically generated, you're just perturbing the historical sequence?
That's correct. That's CalSim is not yet capable of taking in the stochastically generated information from the weather generator.
So you're not using the ability to generate alternative probabilistic realizations of climate.
No, that's not what I said. So if I can explain, the weather generator has multiple capabilities. It was built for DWR writ large, not specifically for DCP or any other specific project. And we wanted it to have the capabilities full capability of what we want to do in the future as we develop new tools. We are not ever done. We are continuously working to do better in our scenario generation. So the weather generator has the ability to not just do the historical 100 years, but take those historical 100 years and essentially reshuffle them to create new sequences of years and events that would allow us to explore different kinds of droughts and wet periods and all kinds of other things. We're not yet able to ingest that into CalSim, so we don't use that capability. It also has the capability that we talked about earlier to actually change the frequency of weather regimes that we did in those what if scenarios. We're not using those because we don't think we have the scientific basis to know exactly how to turn those dials right now.
So
But we have generated this because we do want to use these in the future. We understand that this is useful. But it does also have the capability of doing this precipitation stretching, to apply warming in a physically based and reasonable way, and then to connect warming with precipitation changes. And that's super important that we see that as the climate warms.
So Mr. Schwartz, I'm going to interrupt. I just want to make sure we get back to Ms. Desjardins' questions, which is what we're trying to be focused on. Ms. Desjardins, are we did you want to get in with a question here?
Yes, this is my cross-examination time, Mr. Schwartz. So let's go to exhibit, I do believe it's DWR 1318, which is your risk-informed future scenarios report. Page 544, please. So Mr. Schwartz, in the second paragraph, you say these historically based climate simulations allow water managers to ask questions about their performance of their system if exposed to the same sequences of weather as seen as in the historical record, but under shifts in core attributes of the temperature and precipitation distribution that reflect plausible long-term climate change. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
So this report was designed for water managers, correct?
Yes.
Why do you think the water board is going to want to ask the same questions?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained. Can you rephrase that, Ms.
M-
Desjardins?
Mr. Schwartz, why do you think, let's go down to the bottom of page 544, where it says, the DCR does not utilize all modules of the WGen. Additional modules can generate novel meteorological simulations. This model allows for a more expansive exploration of natural variability, including new drought sequences and pluvials not seen in the historical observed record. You see at the bottom there?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what I was just talking about, and I was trying to explain, but
Yeah. So, Mr. Schwartz, let's go to page 6.1, limitations. Page 6-1. Oh, yeah, there we go. So, Mr. Schwartz, it says in the first paragraph, it says these scenarios are developed specifically for the purpose of providing actionable information about future SWP delivery reliability. Although correct?
Yep.
And it says, although these scenarios may prove valuable for other purposes, they will not fill all needs and may need to be supplemented with other information for specific user needs. Correct?
Correct.
So this specifically is tuned for water managers to ask risk questions, correct?
I think that would be accurate. Well, state water pride, calcium area risk questions.
It says, Mr. Schwartz, it says SWP delivery reliability.
If you scroll down, there's another caveat about area limitations.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm just clarifying that.
So let's go back to DDJ 73, please. And let me pull up. On page 13, let's go down to the second paragraph where it says, a broader limitation of the weather generator is that all scenarios generated with a model must be explicitly specified by the analyst. Thus, the weather generator will, by design, only create scenarios of future climate that is directed to create. And it contrasts this with global climate models, where the governing physics of the Earth system leads to plausible scenarios that emerge through internal interacting processes within the model. And it particularly says the difference is critical in highlighting how the weather generator should and should not be used to support climate adaptation planning. Can you comment on that?
Is there a question? I mean,
so this specifically contrasts the global climate models, which are governed by physics, with the weather generator, which only creates scenarios of future climate change that it's directed to create.
yeah, I mean, I think this comes down to folks needing to understand that the ensemble of global climate models and their downscaled counterparts for California present a wide range of outcomes, hundreds, in fact, outcomes. And Dr. Desjardins just showed us that, in fact, California is one of those places in the world where the models actually disagree to a greater extent than other places about, particularly about the direction of change and the extent of change in precipitation. And so there's just a lot of uncertainty in how things are going to change. And how we and hundreds of scenarios of what might happen and different realizations. It is not a tractable solution or a reasonable solution to say every project should go and evaluate the project under every single global climate model scenario and figure out and display all the results for aquatic resources and electroconductivity and all of the things that this proceeding is concerned with for every single outcome. It would be impossible.
So
the
Mr.
weather
Schwartz,
generator, you're
let's-
asking me a question. Can I finish?
No, Mr. Schwartz, you've had it. I'm going to stop you there because this is Ms. Desjardins' time. So
Okay.
I'm asking you to be somewhat concise. There will be an opportunity for redirect from DWR. So Ms.
Yeah.
Desjardins, you have a follow-up.
Let's go down to the next page, please. So it says in the context of, no, up a little more. It says up a little more.
Hearing
Um,
Officer Kinsey, while we look for this location, I just want to say that Ms. Desjardins' questions are widely open-ended, and so
I know.
cutting off Mr. Schwartz does impair his testimony in response to the cross-examination. So if the questions could be more tailored, I think that would help.
It would help. Yes, agreed. And I also am relying, Ms. Carroll, on your ability to redirect as necessary. These are difficult. And as a hearing officer, it's challenging because this is way out of my area of expertise. So I will ask for all parties to try to be as concise and specific as possible, so we can get through this.
So, Mr.
Thank you,
Schwartz,
appreciate it.
in the next paragraph, it states, in the context of climate change adaptation planning for water systems, scenarios of future climate created by the weather generator should be viewed as complementary to, rather than in competition with, other downscaled climate projections from GCMs. And it further goes on to state the weather generator cannot replace GCMs, which are the primary tool for uncovering global signals of climate change. Do you see that?
I do.
And so, Mr. Schwartz, I'm confused about your testimony about that it would appear that you are saying that the weather generator output can be used as a primary tool for uncovering robust signals of climate change.
I think I've spent a lot of time discussing exactly how we use the global climate model data as the basis for how we turn the dials on the weather generator. That's what this is talking about, that you can't just have this weather generator and not consider what is what the global climate models are saying. You need the global climate models to understand those robust signals of climate change, to understand how to turn the dials, how to run the weather generator with some intelligence. And I think that's what we have done here. We've spent a lot of time with the LOCA 2 downscale data and trying to analyze signals of robust change in that data. And we've spent the broader part of this morning talking about it. So I don't know how you can say that we aren't using the GCMs.
Mr. Schwartz, let's pull up exhibit DWR 1306, page 10.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I just want to be mindful of time. It is 11:35, and you reminded me the potential for redirect. So I didn't know how schedule was going with Mr. Goshi this afternoon.
I can make this my last question.
Okay.
So, Mr. Schwartz, you say that DW's arch approach averages and linearly trends across initial conditional variance to filter internal variability and better isolate the forced climate signal. So, Mr. Schwartz, aren't you significantly filtering the CMIP6 climate model projections?
Vague and ambiguous as to significantly filtering?
It's a mathematical term.
So what is that enough, Mr. Schwartz, for you to understand what significantly means?
Well, here's what I will, what I can say is, I think I showed demonstrably in my testimony that just looking at a single run of a global climate model can give you all kinds of spurious or not spurious, but you can be confused about what is climate change and what is interannual variability. And Mr. Lucas himself in his own testimony acknowledged that, and I quoted him. and we can go back to his testimony and see what he said. But so we have to be able to filter this interannual variability in a way that better isolates the forced climate signal. We've developed a methodology to do that. We had it peer reviewed. We compared it to an intergovernmental panel on climate change working group report and their way of doing it, and found similar signals. So no, I don't think we've over filtered the variability. I think we are taking variability from the historical observed record that has a tremendous amount of variability, all of the variability that we have seen in the past, and global climate models have struggled. Some of the global climate models have struggled to simulate historical variability, so we should probably trust our record rather than them, the global climate models on this. And so we've taken the reliable signals out of climate change and applied that on top of natural variability, including the additional extremeness in our historical variability that comes with that warming climate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schwartz, and that's my last question, and I appreciate your clarification of the weather generator methodology. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. What I'd propose that we do is I'd like to take 5 minutes and take a look at, I think I have some questions for the other panelists, but hopefully we could at least get through those before lunch, and then DWR, you can decide, Ms. Carroll and Ms. Morris, whether you have redirect for any or all of your witnesses, and then those where you don't, we can at least excuse them, and they can get on with their day. So let's go ahead and take 5 minutes. We'll come back at 11:44, and then we'll go from there. Thank you. All right, welcome back. I think I said 11:44, but I didn't write it down. So hopefully all are here. Hopefully I'm right. Look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Officer Kinsey. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Carroll, you're here. That's wonderful. I think first, I believe I just have questions for Mr. Singh and Mr. Schwartz. So if we have Mr. Singh with us, I think I will start there. Thank you for joining us once again, and I think this will be relatively brief. And I'm going to do my best on complicated topics here. I know we talked a lot about, particularly in cross-examination, but also in your direct testimony about the inappropriateness of what I'm going to call point-in-time comparisons as between the model runs for with DCP and without DCP. And I know in at least in other proceedings or I've seen elsewhere that at times one of the statistics that is used is a mean of maximum difference statistic. And I wondered if you could address, this is a bit open-ended, but address whether that type of a statistic you think would be appropriate for these types of model runs or not, and if not, why not? Whether that fits within your caveat as to the appropriate way to use these model results.
So you said, could you repeat the statistics?
A mean of maximum difference. And I realize there must be numerous ways to construct such a thing. But I believe I've seen it in other situations where you might take a maximum impact over in a year or in particular months and average those, whether that would address the caveat that you had raised.
So the caveat that I had raised, just to clarify, was time step by time step comparison, which is, when you have a model simulation for 100 years, and you're looking at one point of time, say a given month of, say, 1974 as an example, in one scenario versus another, and then you're calculating any statistics or any differences for that particular time step, and then coming up with some statements. So that's the portion that I am raising, that it's not appropriate use of the models. But if you are doing individual scenarios and doing whatever statistics you can, and then comparing them, together, instead of just focusing on month by month comparison and then doing statistics on those differences, is what I'm raising in terms of appropriate use of models. So, as an example, there was in my testimony, I talk about Dr. Paulson's suggestion where, we have these exceedance plots or exceedance values, and we have one with the baseline and one without it. And we just show a table with differences between baseline and the project. But then her suggestion was that we should look at month by month, do a difference, and then do an exceedance of the difference, which I'm saying is not appropriate. But as long as you're treating these baseline and project separately and doing whatever, we're doing mean averages, minimums, dailies, or exceedance plot that covers the whole range, I think that, in my opinion, that is appropriate, as long as you're not taking snapshots, baseline versus DCP, point-by-point comparisons within the model simulation period.
So thank you. I think I understand. Let me reflect back to see if I can characterize this correctly. That it would be, for example, inappropriate, in your opinion, to take to look at all of the Januaries and look at compare the difference between with project and without project for a particular parameter. We could pick any one, and then take those values and, for example, just look at them, average the maximums or something to that effect. It's that first step of comparing parameter by parameter and then applying the statistics that you would find to be inappropriate, as opposed to applying the statistical methods of averaging or something to that effect first, and then making a comparison.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me move. So on that point then, is there, does the modeling that was conducted, the CalSim and DSM-2 modeling, allow for an assessment of the most acute possible impacts, if that is the issue of concern? And we could pick any parameter, but I don't know, the maximum impact on water levels that the project might have. Is that information that that the model would be useful to help inform? If there, and let me qualify that. We're looking at acute and sub-monthly impacts that would occur over a relatively shorter period of time. Looks like Mr. Atelovich, you may want to chime in here. You're welcome to.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that in these analysis, we do, in many cases, show distributions. The exceedance plots are effectively distributions, and you can look at the tails and you can look at the effects on extreme behavior, but what you're not doing is fixing it to a particular date. So maybe the plume comes through a few days later in one scenario than another, and that causes a bump up in EC, in late July, and it goes down in early August. That may not be what you're interested in. You're going to be interested in how often do we hit, whatever EC or level you're looking at. And so it takes the when does it happen out of there, but it doesn't take out the fact that you're looking at the extrema and you're finding out, okay, does the tail of this distribution, does the 99th percentile change much? You can still see that.
And that would be, thank you, that's quite helpful. So that would be evident in the exceedance plots, and then what other collections of data where would we look for that? Is the exceedance plots, are those the best?
I think anything that's published with percentiles or quantiles, there's kind of a variety of those. I mean, some of those are global, and I think that Mr. Singh's kind of already gone over this. But some of them are global, some of them are just talking about January's, some of them are seasonal. So there's different, and some of them might be distributions of daily minimum stage level. So you're still finding out what the lows are and how often that they happen. But again, if it shifts a day or two, then things get out of alignment. You're not distracted by that. It's just when did water levels get to 3 or something like that? How often? Yeah.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think the last question, which I believe we did go over to some extent, but so this may be repetitive, but just for clarity, I wanted to, will you please describe exactly which model runs included operational changes, I guess would be in the model, to account for TUCPs?
So the only modeling that included assumptions for TUCPs was there was a memo that was brought up during this testimony, 2070 modeling. So that was looking at 2070 with climate change and sea level rise, and that was done as part of the it wasn't in the EIR, but it was kind of to support some of the discussion in the EIR. So that was based on some of the older criteria that was in the EIR in terms of DCP operations, but it did include an assumption of TUCP-like actions in like 15 of driest years, giving the 100-year of simulation. And again, there were some other assumptions also, but that was one of them. And the second more recent modeling that's been presented is the 2085 CC50 scenario. And the calcium modeling for that has similar assumptions.
And can you briefly describe or point to me where in the record we can look for the parameters that are changed to account for TUCP actions
Um,
or changes?
so definitely I can talk about 2070. I'm trying to remember the memo that was introduced yesterday as an exhibit. There were some questions regarding that. So that one has assumptions related to 2070 model and maybe the climate adaptation plan strategy report. Maybe I can let Mr. Schwartz kind of talk about that, where the assumptions are related to 2085 modeling.
Yeah, that's right. There's an appendix to the adaptation strategy, which is DWR 126,
Okay.
which describes, which provides a pretty thorough explanation of how we develop those criteria and which years they're applied to.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think, Mr. Singh, that those are the questions I had for you. Which were spread around. That's good. Mr. Schwartz, I'm going to try to be I think I can also be very brief here. And I'm going to do my best to ask these questions from the team. But the question here is whether, in your opinion, the climate change scenarios that were considered and incorporated by DWR in this modeling adequately addresses forecasted as opposed to observed changes in hydrological patterns.
Thank you. So, yeah, I think our climate adjusted historical hydrology, so-called CAH, addresses the observed changes that we've already seen. And I think the 2043 scenarios, the 50th and the 95th percentile level of concerns, address future changes that are projected across a range that would be specifically stressful for the system. Those scenarios, as I was getting at my response to Mr. Desjardins, there's a wide swath of different outcomes that the global climate models predict, and we can't explore every single one of them. And so we've developed a procedure that we think is very robust, that allows us to really look at how the system responds to change. First, we look at how the system responds to changes in temperature and precipitation and these other things that are important for water management. And then we specifically construct scenarios along that kind of distribution of changes in temperature and precipitation that specifically stress the system. So that the 95th percentile level of concern, what that's describing is a climate outcome that would lead to system performance. So that when I say system performance, I mean kind of the Central Valley water system performance that is worse than all but 5% of all of the climate outcomes that we would expect by 2043. So it's a way of getting at this question that I think Mr. Desjardins was poking at, which is, have you really evaluated the most extreme things that we might see? And the question is, well, there's a lot of different things of ways that might transpire, but what we've tested the system against is a future that is hot and dry in that 90-50% at a level, a combination level between temperature and precipitation that, according to all of our analysis, drives the system as hard as any other climate outcome, except some 5% that might be worse. So it's a pretty extreme scenario. There's no such thing as a worst case scenario. Whatever we devise, there's always something that could be worse, right? But this is a reasonable end scenario to test robustness of an adaptation strategy or of how we might operate in the future. And so if our operations or an adaptation strategy, and this is what we did in the DWR adaptation strategy, which is to test these against all of these different climate scenarios. The reason we do that is to see, does the performance of this adaptation strategy change as we get to a more and more extreme climate? What if we're wrong about this 50% climate and we get this worse climate at 70, the 95th percentile? Does that adaptation strategy still work? Is it a good investment? And what we find is there's some modest degradation, but it's still a really, really good investment, all the way out to that extreme scenario. And we tested other adaptation strategies as well. Forecast. And this is outside of this project as well, outside of these proceedings, but we have used this procedure to look at all of the other adaptation strategies that the SWP is considering investing in to deal with the changes that we see on the horizon with climate change. And this is the most effective one.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I appreciate that clarification. Those are the questions, and thanks to both of you. Those are the questions that I had. So with that, I will turn to Ms. Carroll and Ms. Morris, whether you have redirect or you want to take a break and come back, or what would you propose?
I think we only have one redirect question for Mr. Schwartz, and that's it. So we could do
Okay.
that now.
Why don't we
maybe
do that
trying to
now, and then
wrap
we
up.
and we'll see if there's anything to follow up based on that limited question. So please.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz, do you recall Ms. Desjardins asking you about why you did not use certain functionality in the, I call it WGEN model?
Yes.
And how do you and your team decide what is appropriate to include into model development from the WGEN model?
Yeah, so thanks. So that's a conversation and a deliberative process with our team internally and with the climate scientists that we've worked with on these tools to help us understand what are robust signals that we can rely on for planning and what are still science that is likely to evolve and may change even direction or significantly in magnitude of what we think is happening in the future. And so as I was getting at, there are parts of the weather generator that we are not yet using, particularly this dynamic climate change signal that relates to large-scale changes in atmospheric weather patterns that could result in more atmospheric rivers coming on shore during winter or more ridging, as Mr. Desjardins is concerned about, that block atmospheric rivers. But we just don't have a level of confidence in that yet. I will say, and this is talked about in one of our reports, that the drying out signal of the 95th percentile, I mean, some of that is, you could kind of say, is quasi like that additional ridging might drive something like that. So it's beyond just the thermodynamic understanding that we have. But we live in a real world where we have to develop these scenarios for planning that people can depend on and make investments. And it's easy to point to certain things in the scientific literature that say this or that, and evolving, and especially in this evolving science. But we have to, make a decision on something that is robust, that we can rely on, that we can adjust periodically and improve, but that we can be comfortable with today. And so others can disagree, but I think you know, the 95th percentile, well, I'm getting a lot of, the 95th percentile run again is very severe. And I think it gives us a reasonable extreme condition to test against.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions for this panel.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Morris. And I will look, I don't see Ms. Desjardins here, but is there anyone else with that very narrow redirect who has a follow-up question? Then with that, I want to thank both of you, Mr. Singh, Mr. Schwartz, and the other witnesses as well for sticking with us for a number of days this week. Thank you for your testimony and your careful attention to all the questions, and you are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just to set us up for our lunch break, Mr. Krieger, my understanding is that my intent would be to take a break until 1, and at that point, I understand Mr. Goshi would be prepared to testify.
Yes, Mr. Goshi will be available at 1 o'clock.
Wonderful. Then with that, let's go ahead and take our lunch break, and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back. It is 1:02. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And I see we have Ms. Carroll, Mr. Krieger, and Mr. Krieger, should I go ahead and elevate? Do we have, yes, Mr. Goshi?
Yes, and will you also please elevate Ms. Sheehan, who is counsel for Metropolitan?
Excellent. To the hearing team, please elevate Mr. Goshi. I see we have, and Ms. Sheehan. And once we have Ms. Sheehan, we'll go ahead and allow her to make her appearance. Ms. Sheehan, you're welcome to come on camera and just make your appearance, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Sheehan. I am counsel for Metropolitan Water District.
Good afternoon. Thank you. And with that, Mr. Krieger, should we go ahead and turn to Mr. Goshi? I would start by administering the oath.
Yes, that's fine. Thanks.
Please, Mr. Goshi, you're welcome to come on camera and off mute. And it looks like there you are. Welcome and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you. Just make sure we had a mic check. I know you have been in this proceeding before, but if you would please raise your right hand and I will re-administer the oath. It's been some time. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Then with that, and I should have, I'm sorry, let me pause for a minute. Let me make sure I have Ms. Carroll or Ms. Morris. Did I see either of you? I want to make sure you're here. Excellent.
Yes, you saw me earlier.
Wonderful. I did. It's been a flurry. Then with that, Mr. Krieger, I will hand things over to you.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Good afternoon, Mr. Goshi. Thank you again for being with us. I have some preliminary questions for you before you present your direct testimony. Have you previously testified in this hearing?
Yes.
Did you previously submit your qualifications and credentials in this proceeding?
Yes.
Do you have any updates to those qualifications at this time?
No.
Is SWC-903 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections at this time?
No.
Are SWC-905 and SWC-906 true and correct copies of exhibits submitted with your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to those exhibits?
No.
Is SWC-904 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint summarizing your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections at this time?
No.
Great. With that, Ms. Mullen, would you please pull up SWC-904, which is the witness's PowerPoint? Okay. And with that, Mr. Goshi, when you're ready, please go ahead and summarize your testimony. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Brandon Goshi. I'm the Water Resource Management Group Manager for the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. Will you advance the slide, please? I'm here to provide rebuttal testimony for the testimony of Heather Cooley and for Dr. Jeffrey Michael. The key points of my rebuttal testimony are that the testimonies of both Heather Cooley and Dr. Jeffrey Michael failed to consider the duty of water managers to conduct adequate water supply planning to provide water supplies that, in the case of Metropolitan, are 100% reliable. Ongoing local and regional water supply development that has been carried out by Metropolitan and will continue to be carried out by Metropolitan does not make the need for the proposed DCP unnecessary for the service area. The availability of alternative supplies to the State Water Project and to future supplies delivered through the DCP are overstated in their testimony, and costs are underestimated in their testimony. Metropolitan's future growth, population growth scenarios for future water supply planning purposes are appropriate, and DWR's economists, in relying on Metropolitan's range of scenarios, including scenario D, was a reasonable assumption for inclusion by the DWR economist. Next slide, please. Specifically now to the testimony of Heather Cooley. in the area of demand reduction and local and regional supply opportunities. In her written testimony, paragraph 3, Ms. Cooley states that there are significant additional opportunities to further reduce demand through conservation and to develop alternative local and regional water supplies that offset the need for the DCP project. We have many local and regional efforts in both conservation and local supply development, and those efforts are not necessarily cheaper or easier to implement and do not make the proposed DCP unnecessary. Metropolitan continues to plan for and implement a diversified portfolio of conservation, imported supply, local supply, and regional supplies to meet current and future water supply needs of its service area. Next slide, please. Regarding Heather Cooley's testimony with regard to a presentation of levelized cost of water, she presents a figure 2 in her written testimony that has a levelized cost for water efficiency measures and for alternative water supplies, both presented in the same figure, figure 2. That figure I've attached to my PowerPoint here. It's on the next slide, and if we can click to the next slide. I'll refer back to this when it's necessary, but you can see that this table taken from her testimony include what she calls a levelized cost of water, represented as dollars per cubic meter for groups of projects or alternatives grouped into efficiency measures, which I interpret as conservation, and alternative water supply, which I interpret as basically water supplies that are available to develop for needs. She presents a range of cost and a median cost in this levelized cost of water. If we can go to the next slide. I would characterize that figure 2 as being generally misleading if the purpose of that figure is to present comparable costs as a favorable alternative to other investments like the DCP. I believe that the figure implies that these are comparable costs for producing water supply from a source like DCP. Because of that, the interpretation of negative figures with regard to a levelized cost, and that's shown at the top of figure 2 in the grouping of water efficiency measures in the green bars, suggests that the levelized cost of water is actually a benefit or a positive cost savings as opposed to a levelized cost of water to the consumer. I think that's mostly would traditionally be presented as a cost benefit figure or net present value figure, but here is presented as a levelized cost of water, and I don't think should be interpreted as such. That also makes it unclear whether the levelized cost in the same figure, and those are in the blue bars in the figure 2, which are also represented as unit costs of water, are calculated on the same basis. In other words, the negative figures on the top, which represent a cost savings or benefit, must include theoretical benefits at the consumer level. And it's not clear that, and I say that in order for that number to be negative or to represent a cost savings to the consumer, it would have to include benefits to those consumers. And it's unclear whether or not the costs at the bottom of the table in the blue bars include the same type of benefits to the consumer. And then further, using cost per cubic meter is misleading in my view, simply because it's non-traditional and makes it difficult to interpret the cost or the use of dollars as opposed to cost per gallon or cost per acre feet that we're more used to seeing. And yeah, so I think that scale makes it more difficult to interpret the information in figure 2. Next slide, please. So to go a little bit further into it, I believe figure 2 is not an appropriate representation of levelized costs of the efficiency measures in particular. There must be inappropriately included potential savings or benefits at the consumer level that aren't apparent on this figure. I don't agree with a representation of costs in a levelized cost for water table as possibly being negative or a benefit to the consumer. And including those offsetting costs or savings benefits to the consumer gives the implication that the program costs are low. And that's, in my view, misleading if it's being presented as a levelized cost of water that can be compared to other alternatives and using other more common cost measures like dollars per gallon, dollars per acre foot. Next slide, please. Going a little further into the figures in figure 2 or the numbers within figure 2, a couple of other points that that would call into question the value of what we see in figure 2. That these are taken with at a point in time and don't include that cost and availability of savings from conservation programs are not going to remain constant as they were in the past. In my own experience at the Metropolitan Water District, where we run a large conservation program, consumer participation in rebate programs have decreased over time, not because necessarily of the loss of interest, but because of what we would call low-hanging fruit of conservation savings opportunities. Once those low-hanging fruit are realized, it stands to reason that the costs of continuing to achieve the same levels of conservation will increase. The unit cost of water increases as rebates increase to incentivize participation. We have seen this as, for example, in our turf replacement program, if the incentive for removing a square foot of turf or replacing a square foot of turf doubles, say from $1 to $2, the cost for the water equivalent savings has also doubled, right? Same amount of savings, double the expenditure. And figure 2 also incorrectly assumes that a large number of consumers would spend money to adopt new efficiency measures without financial incentives. That we haven't seen that to be the case. The next slide, please. Regarding the cost of stormwater capture, I believe that Ms. Cooley's testimony provides what I would call optimistic figures for potential stormwater capture, and also incorrectly implies that stormwater capture results in equivalent water supply. And to expound on that just a bit, it's one thing to create a program that retains stormwater from a storm. It's another thing to be able to carry that water over or put it into a useful place like a groundwater basin that then results in actual increase in water supply. And so the concept of capturing stormwater versus being able to beneficially use stormwater are two different concepts. In her written testimony, paragraph 13, Ms. Cooley states that the available stormwater runoff in the South Coast hydrologic region ranges from 260,000 acre feet in a dry year to 1.4 million acre feet in a wet year. If the implication here is that much can be captured and reused beneficially, I think the point that I made earlier about stormwater capture does not result in equivalent water supply, that it's a false equivalency that much available water supply is available. Also, the figure of 260,000 acre feet to 1.4 million acre feet does not include the existing recapture programs that already exist in Southern California that do provide water and enhance groundwater recharge in other areas, and thus overestimates existing opportunities by double counting existing programs. Next slide, please. The other side of the coin with stormwater capture, the amounts are overestimated and the costs are underestimated. I believe that Ms. Cooley's stormwater capture costs that she presented in Figure 2 are not representative of potential future project costs because it's likely that her range of costs or her projects that she referenced to get the range of costs are older and reflect past costs and opportunities, which clearly are not the same as future opportunities to capture stormwater. Metropolitan has invested millions of dollars in pilot programs to try and establish the opportunities for capturing stormwater and translating that into water supply, and that we've done that for both on-site projects, so on-site capture and retention on a property, and also for large-scale groundwater recharge. Basically, we've found that the availability and the cost of those types of programs are not within the range of what we may have expected. And then last, I believe Ms. Cooley ignores the rainfall patterns in metropolitan service area. And what I mean by that is the extremes of low precipitation to high precipitation, and thus underestimates the resulting size of storage basins or capture or other facilities that are needed to effectuate recapture of stormwater to be able to translate it to beneficial uses of water supply. Or I shouldn't use the word beneficial uses, for use as water supply. Next slide, please. That being said, Metropolitan, I'm not testifying or rebutting that these opportunities may exist, and Metropolitan has invested and continues to invest in stormwater capture. First point is the $12.5 million in funding that I had previously referenced for the 2 stormwater pilot programs that Metropolitan currently has in place. That's the Stormwater for Direct Use pilot program and the Stormwater for Recharge pilot program. The purposes of both of those programs, to reiterate, is to provide data on actual stormwater projects to assess the project performance costs and benefits to Metropolitan and its service area. Of all the projects that were considered, only 2 remain as active agreements in the direct use pilot, indicating that there are not a lot of programs that can achieve stormwater capture and water supply. The recharge pilot is ongoing, but it's important to note there's only 1 project that was completed, 2 in progress, and notably 5 projects withdrawn from the program, meaning that they were incapable or infeasible with regard to the parameters of the program. Next slide, please. Now, with regard to recycled water availability, Ms. Cooley's testimony on availability of recycled water is not consistent with the outlook of large-scale projects in Southern California. She provides an estimate of available recyclable supply, and although they are rough estimates, she indicates that there's approximately 1.1 million acre feet available for water recycling. I would point to 2 large-scale projects in Southern California that are currently under development and the quantities associated with them. Pure Water Southern California program, which is a program being headed up by the Metropolitan Water District, is one of the larger scale recycled water projects that have been identified. At full build out, it could provide up to 168,000 acre-feet per year of recycled water. The Pure Water San Diego program, at full build-out with both phases, would produce approximately 93,000 acre-feet. So the sum total of those two would be approximately 250,000 acre-feet, far short of the 1.1 million acre-feet that's indicated to be available for recycling. And these are two of the largest and most costly alternatives that have been identified. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now, with regard to seawater desalination, Ms. Cooley's estimated cost for saltwater desalination or seawater desalination projects underestimates actual project costs for projects available in Southern California. Off of her figure 2, she gives an estimate of a median estimate of $1.57 per cubic meter for a large scale saltwater desalination project and $1.72 per cubic meter if that desalination project was integrated with an existing water system. Converting it to something that I understand would be approximately $1,935 per acre foot of water produced by large-scale desal to $2,120 per acre foot. And so I can interpret that number as being Ms. Cooley's estimate for the cost of seawater desalination with and without existing integration into existing water system. That range, I'm saying, is low and underestimates the project cost. And as an example, one of the larger scale successful recycled water, desalinated water projects is the Claude Bud Lewis Carlsbad desalination plant in San Diego County. It had a high capital cost, and their 2024 estimate for average per acre foot cost of the desalinated water that they're under contract for is $3,400 an acre foot. So compared to the $1,900 to $2,100 per acre foot range that was presented in Ms. Cooley's testimony, her range likely underestimates the real world costs of large desalination projects, as evidenced by the Carlsbad plant and actual costs. Next slide, please. I'm going to shift to a specific rebuttal to the testimony and the report provided by Dr. Jeffrey Michaels. Dr. Michaels' testimony primarily focuses on criticizing the Department of Water Resources cost-benefit analysis for the DCP. And a basis for that criticism is because it uses, in part, planning scenarios produced by the Metropolitan Water District. And specifically, Dr. Michael points to Scenario D of Metropolitan's 2020 Integrated Resources Plan. In particular, Dr. Michaels claims that Scenario D is unrealistic because it relies on extreme growth, and that's in quotes, that's from his testimony, that is inconsistent with Department of Finance population projections. Next slide, please. I rebut that statement by showing here or saying here that Metropolitan has not and does not rely any longer on specific point estimates of plausible population outcomes when it's conducting its planning. Experience and reality has shown that no single estimate of future predicted population growth is reliable or likely to be accurate to the number. And the reason for this is that growth isn't something, or population isn't just something that occurs. There are underlying drivers of that population growth that are highly uncertain and unpredictable unpredictable when it comes to what the future population is going to be. The needs for water supply and water supply reliability then are dependent on the outcomes of many uncertainties that drive and include, but aren't limited to, population growth. So incorporated within Metropolitan's planning is a range of possible future planning scenarios that explore and utilize a range of plausible outcomes that account for the underlying uncertainty, as opposed to relying to a single point forecast. Next slide, please. To develop this range and the scenario D that's referred to in Dr. Michael's testimony, Metropolitan hired an expert demographer to develop a range of plausible future growth that were then utilized within the scenarios that were labeled A, B, C, and D in Metropolitan's Integrated Resources Plan. Now, I'm going to note here that the demographics that underlie the future growth scenarios were developed by the Southern California Association of Governments, who is a recognized regional entity that produces growth forecasts. The demographer that was hired has a long history of working with those Southern California Association of Governments forecasts. And that was the reason why we hired him, is to generate plausible outcomes of future growth based on these underlying drivers. Scenario A and C in our IRP included those plausibly slower growth scenarios than the baseline SCAG forecast and demographics that I just spoke of. Scenario D and scenario B included a plausibly higher growth scenario. And I think the takeaways here are that these are all plausible outcomes of population growth that are driven by different factors that then become more representative of the range of water supply and demand conditions and needs that Metropolitan needs to plan for and potentially implement projects towards providing reliability under that range of scenarios. Next slide, please. I believe that scenario D is appropriate for water supply planning. And I believe that it's appropriate that DWR's economists used information in scenario D to estimate the potential benefits of the DCP. And I feel that way because scenario D, one, reflects the high value that's been placed by Metropolitan Service Area on water supply reliability and a low tolerance for risk of shortages and having insufficient water supplies as the planning goals for Metropolitan for water supply reliability are to provide 100% reliability under foreseeable conditions and has been that way since the early 1990s. Because long-term water planning involves investing in large projects with a long planning horizon, it's appropriate to use ranges of outcomes to generate needs and benefits over a plausible range of outcomes that include uncertainties that are frankly unpredictable in the short term. Next slide, please. And that concludes my rebuttal testimony summary.
Thank you, Mr. Goshi. And with that, I believe we turn to our cross-examiners. So I will look to the room. Who should I look to first for questions for Mr. Goshi? And if we could please elevate Ms. Meserve. Thank you, Ms. Meserve, for being my go-to on this. Good afternoon, Ms. Meserve.
Good afternoon. Yes, so we had transmitted some estimates and a potential lineup on the 18th per your prior request, and it looks like that is largely correct. So as far as I know, we're going to start with Mr. Flanders for CSPA, and then Mr. Moore for CWIN, and then I will be going for Contra Costa et al., and then Baykeeper. And that likely will conclude the cross for Mr. Goshi.
Wonderful.
As far
Thank
as
you.
I know.
Thank you for that. And in that case, I will look to, well, we don't have Mr. Flanders on, do we? I do not see him. Nor, but I do see Mr. Moore. So maybe I will go to Mr. Moore first, maybe, and we can start there. If I'll ask the hearing team, hopefully Mr. Moore is in front of his computer. Can we please attempt to elevate Mr. Moore?
Okay, I just heard from Mr. Flanders that he did not have questions. I thought from Mr. Schutz that that was happening. So anyway, we're adjusting.
Thank you. And if we need to take a brief break, we can do that, but let's see if we can get Mr. Moore up. Ms. Meserve, it may come to you if we get, so it seems we have invited Mr. Moore, but he may not be sitting in front, anxiously awaiting in front of his computer, because he may also have thought Mr. Flanders had questions. Would you prefer to take a break and see if Mr. Moore would like to go first, or would you like to just jump in with your questions?
I can go ahead if
Okay.
we
now have Mr. Moore. We have a hand raised. All right, we'll try again.
Okay.
I apologize for that.
I know we've been waiting for Mr. Goshi to come back, so I don't want to keep him waiting anymore.
I'll ask the hearing team, let's please attempt to elevate Mr. Moore. Here we are. Welcome, Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, you're welcome to come on camera and off mute. I see you're off mute, but we can't hear you. We may have technical difficulties. And it looks to me like we have Mr. Moore in the panelist room. Are you able to come on camera and off mute? We still can't hear you.
Hearing officer, are you able to hear me?
Now we can. Yes, I am now able to hear you.
Okay, yeah, my apologies. I'm having some significant technical difficulties here. Unfortunately, I'm trying to get the video to work as well, and I've hit the button twice. I'm trying again now. So appreciate your patience and my apologies for this.
No problem. Technology is still amazing, and it's still much better than us having to meet in an well, it avoids many of the difficulties of having to meet in an actual room. There we are. All we needed was a little patience. Then with
Okay,
that,
if I think I am now both visible and audible, is that
correct,
correct?
at least from my end. So
Hooray.
visible and audible. And with that, I will hand things over to you if you have questions for Mr. Goshi.
Thank you very much. And at long last, I am Roger Moore here representing the California Water Impact Network. Good afternoon, Mr. Goshi. It's good to have you back here.
Thank you. Hello.
I'll begin with just a very general question by way of background. Do I remember correctly from your, I don't think it was in your rebuttal testimony, but your qualifications were referenced in your earlier testimony, and your academic training is in economics, correct?
Yes.
And do I remember correctly that you have a bachelor's degree in economics?
Yes.
Are you presenting testimony as an economic expert or not?
No.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Mullen, if we could please pull up Mr. Goshi's rebuttal testimony, which I believe is SW3903. Is that the correct number?
Yes, from my end it is. I'll represent that for you.
Great. Let's begin by going to page 10. And if we can scroll down the page. Well, actually, let's start on paragraph 23, which refers to desalination, and Mr. Goshi, you refer, do you not, in the last sentence in this paragraph, on lines 13 and 14, to the real world cost of projects such as the one described, correct?
Yes.
And so what you're looking for, and don't see if I understand your point, is a complete estimate that would that would cover all such real world costs, correct?
Vague is the complete estimate.
What do you
That
mean
would
by that?
include real world costs as you describe them here. I'm not quite sure what the hesitation is. I'm simply referring literally to the language that the witness has used in this line.
Right. So what's in line 13? Therefore, similarly, underestimates the real world cost of large desalination projects like the Carlsbad desal plant. That's a direct reference to the stated 2024 cost of $3,400 per acre foot in fiscal year 2024. That's in line 7 of that same paragraph. And that is clearly outside of the range of the $1,935 to $2,120 in lines 11 through 13. That's presented by Ms. Cooley's testimony in Figure 2.
And given that this is what you are saying should be provided for a desalination project, would you agree that the cost to be considered for the Delta Conveyance project should also include what you describe as the real world costs?
The point I am making with this testimony is that it shouldn't be implied that large-scale seawater desalination would cost within a range of $1,900 to $2,100 per acre foot, when a real world large scale project operating in San Diego is producing water at $3,400 an acre foot outside that range.
Understood. But your testimony does not, at least I didn't see in it, and correct me if I'm wrong, provide any evidence or documentation that the costs of the Delta Conveyance project incorporate the real world costs, have you?
Assumes facts, not an evidence, because DCP is not a real project yet for comparative purposes.
I am also confused by this aspect of your question, Mr. Moore.
Well, let me rephrase it based on what Mr. Krieger just said. Would you agree with counsel here that DCP isn't yet what you would consider a real world project that can consider full real world costs as you describe them here?
I'm sorry, are you asking me or are you asking Mr. Krieger?
I'm asking him based on counsel's reference to the DCP as not yet being in this realm where it's a real world project in this sense.
You're asking Mr. Goshi.
I'm asking Mr. Goshi.
Yes, this question is for you, Mr. Goshi.
Okay, just wanted to be clear on that. The only
Objection vague and ambiguous as to real world.
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out, right? That's,
yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
Mr.
I don't know what Mr. Krieger
Mr.
meant when he
Krieger
said that, but it's
seems to
not
have
clear.
considered it
and the
sufficiently
questioner
clear
hasn't
to
wait,
declared.
Mr. Moore,
That's
Mr.
from
Moore.
his perspective.
Listen, Ms. Moore is still, I'm sorry, Ms. Moore, do you want to finish your objection?
So I just said vague and ambiguous as to real world.
Which
Can
was
you hear me
introduced, and I
okay?
understand, yes, and now we're having it. So maybe, Mr. Moore, can you back up? I do want to get to this question, but is it possible to back up and try again? I think we need
Officer, are you
foundation.
asking me?
Yes, I think we
to
need a
rephrase it?
foundational question
Okay.
for Mr. Goshi about what he meant by real
Yes.
world costs, and then we can go from there.
Yeah, let me go back to what may be a simpler question. Mr. Goshi, you use the phrase in line 14, real world costs. Just in your own words, what did you mean by that phrase?
In the testimony, what that means is that the Carlsbad desalination plant in San Diego County is a large-scale operating project in the real world that has a cost in 2024 of $3,400 an acre foot. That's all that testimony states.
Are you aware or are you not aware of any evidence introduced in this proceeding that would provide a similar real world cost of the Delta Conveyance project?
Not specifically.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need here. Let's go on to paragraph 25. And Mr. Goshi, in the first sentence of paragraph 25, lines 22 to 24, you indicate your opinion, do you not, that no single estimate of future predicted population growth is reliable or otherwise likely to be accurate because the underlying drivers of that growth are highly uncertain, correct?
Yes.
And then in the third sentence on line 26, and I believe it goes then on to the next page, you indicate also your opinion that future planning is more appropriately done using a range of possible future planning scenarios that explore a range of plausible outcomes for underlying uncertainty as opposed to a single point forecast, correct?
That's my testimony, yes.
Are you aware of whether in the benefit cost analysis of the Delta Conveyance project DWR has submitted in this proceeding, the analysis was based on more than one of these future planning scenarios?
I don't understand the question.
Well, you've indicated in your testimony in the two sentences that I mentioned that you're of the opinion that future planning should utilize more than one of these future planning scenarios as opposed to a single point. And what I'm asking is whether you're aware whether that was done for the benefit cost analysis DWR provided for the Delta Conveyance project in this proceeding. If you're not aware, that's fine. I'm wondering if you are.
Misstates testimony beyond the scope of the rebuttal testimony.
I was literally referring to the lines of the testimony and asked him a question about whether or not he was aware of something else submitted in this proceeding.
I understand that
it's beyond the scope.
The basis of the objection with respect to the scope is the planning scenarios for Metropolitan's planning perspective as compared to, for example, planning scenarios in the benefit cost analysis. There's a distinction between the two, which is the basis of my objection.
I'm just going to, Mr. Goshi, if you are aware, if you will please answer the question.
Yeah, I'm not aware.
Ms. Mullen, I wonder if we could go to a different exhibit just very briefly, and that's DWR 00114. And Mr. Goshi, can you see that this is the benefit cost analysis of the Delta Conveyance project prepared by Dr. Sunding and Brown and dated May 16, 2024?
That's what's on the screen, yeah.
And then, Ms. Mullen, could we please go to, I believe it's page 26 of this report? I think the PDF and the page numbers at the bottom are the same if I remember right.
Objection, it's not clear that Mr. Goshi is familiar with this document.
Can we go to the first page and start there, Mr. Moore?
Mr. Goshi, are you familiar with this document?
Roughly. Not specifically.
Are you aware of whether or not the analysis of costs and benefits provided in this document relied solely on MWD scenario D?
I'm not aware that it relied solely on scenario D.
Now I wonder if we could please go to page 26 of this report. Okay, we need to go farther down on the page, and apologies for this, but I think what I'm looking for is in footnote 25, which is going to be in very small print and maybe a little hard to read. And Mr. Goshi, can you see that in the first paragraph in this footnote, it indicates that most agencies consider only a single demand scenario in forecasting future water supply reliability, but Metropolitan Water District considered 4 scenarios in its IRP. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you see in the first sentence of the next paragraph, does the first sentence there say, in this analysis, we consider the IRP scenario D, which is characterized by growing demand and reduced imports?
Do I see the sentence? Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Let's go back to Mr. Goshi's rebuttal testimony now, SWC 903. And now I'd like to go up to near the beginning, I think. Yeah, on the first page, let's go to paragraph 3. And Mr. Goshi, do you see in the last sentence of paragraph 3, there is a reference to the duty of water managers to conduct adequate water supply planning to provide water supplies that in the case of Metropolitan are 100% reliable? Have I correctly noted what your testimony says there?
Yeah. Yes. You read that. Yes.
And I assume you're, am I correct in assuming that in presenting this rebuttal testimony, you're not a lawyer and you're not trying to describe you're not submitting testimony on a legal duty, correct?
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer.
Okay. And I want to make very clear that I am not asking you for a legal opinion, but what I'm hoping you can do is just describe in your own words what you meant by using the word duty in that sentence.
I mean that in my role as a water manager, I have the duty to do planning according to the direction, mission, and policies directed by our board.
And is that duty recorded in some specific document or statement that you can point to?
Not that I'm aware of.
And are you aware of that being written or recorded somewhere else at all?
Objection. It's unclear as to which statement in this sentence is Mr. Moore asking if we have a policy at Metropolitan related to.
Everything after the word consider here. The duty of water managers to conduct adequate water supply planning to provide water supplies that in the case of Metropolitan are 100% reliable. I'm trying to find out if there is a source. Since a source hasn't been mentioned for that statement, I'm trying to find out if the witness is aware of one.
And your question, I think, on the table was whether there was a written statement of such a duty, Mr. Goshi.
Yeah, and I think I said, I know I said, not that I'm aware of, but I do think that it's my duty as a water manager at the Metropolitan Water District to adhere to the mission statement and the policies as directed by the board of directors.
And are you aware of where the mission statement is recorded, if at all?
The Metropolitan mission statement?
Yeah.
Recorded, it's
in writing. If you're not, it's fine. I'm just wondering if you are, since your testimony hasn't indicated.
Yeah, I'm not aware specifically of where that's noted.
At the end of this sentence where you use the phrase 100% reliable, this is 100% of what?
Foreseeable conditions. So a range, but what I mean by that is provide planning that considers a full range of conditions that are plausible in the future.
So by 100% reliable here, if I understand you, you were not assuming 100% of, for example, deliveries of the state water project allocation amounts referenced in Metropolitan's water supply contracts, are you?
I am not referring to the state water project allocation percentage, table A percentage.
Now, you have referenced this duty of that in your view is of 100% reliability for purposes of water supply planning. Would you agree that there are other duties that water managers would likewise also have? For example, would water managers, in your opinion, have a duty to assess affordability in water supply planning?
Relevance beyond the scope of the testimony.
Can you relate this back, Mr. Moore?
Well, I'm about to get some questions that will sort of be aimed at testing the parameters of the term 100% reliability here.
Okay.
And part of the purpose of that is to probe with the witness the relationship between reliability and affordability. So I do think it's relevant. It relates to it will assist, I think,
Understood.
in the
Mr. Moore.
understanding of what this sentence means.
And you may have to pose the question again now that we've interrupted for Mr. Goshi.
Would you agree that in conducting water supply planning, that water managers would have a duty to consider things other than supply reliability, such as the affordability of rates for your customers?
Same objections.
Overruled. Please, Mr. Goshi.
Metropolitan's overall planning and implementation of projects includes a wide range of different considerations, including but not limited to reliability, to financial impacts, to affordability. So we do include that. That's not, I don't think that's what I'm saying here in this statement in the testimony.
In your opinion, do water managers also have a duty to assess environmental justice, for example, in water supply planning?
Beyond the scope of testimony.
I'll allow it. Go ahead, Mr. Goshi.
To the extent that it's directed by the policies forwarded by the board of directors of the Metropolitan Water District, I'm not aware that that is.
I'm going to ask you a couple of hypothetical questions that relate to the subject of, they're aimed at what I hope will be a better understanding of what is meant here by 100% reliable. If, for example, you or other water managers at Metropolitan were to conclude that going from 99 to 100% reliability would cause water rates to go up exponentially, let's say by 3 times, and disadvantage low-income customers. Would you agree then that it might make sense for the duty of 100% reliability to give way to other considerations?
Incomplete hypothetical, beyond the scope of testimony, and frankly asked and answered with respect to what is 100% reliable. Mr. Goshi testified that it's foreseeable conditions with respect to water supply.
I'm going to overrule it and allow it. It is a hypothetical, and if you need additional information, Mr. Goshi, or it's contingent, then please include that in your response.
Okay, my testimony is referring to adequate water supply planning, not implementation. Implementation is undertaken by the board of directors at the Metropolitan Water District as to choosing what we ultimately invest in. This statement is merely referring to considering planning conditions and identifying alternatives to consider to be able to produce that 100% reliability. I don't think the implication that Mr. Moore is making with regard to it doesn't dictate implementation.
Okay, I understood. There are other factors. I appreciate your clarification of that. So there are other factors that may relate to implementation that would also need to be considered. On that note, if, for example, and here this is simply another hypothetical, and then I'm going to move on. If going from 99 to 100% reliability would create some major health or safety risk, am I correct in assuming that you wouldn't then say that the 100% reliability duty would take higher priority than health and safety?
Same objections, calls for speculation also.
Asked and answer witness has already explained what he meant by 100% reliable.
I think with the same caveats, Mr. Goshi, please. I don't know if there's a difference in your response here, but.
I think that's out of the scope of what I'm answering. And the reason why I'm saying that is because the decisions that Mr. Moore are referring to are ultimately made by the board of directors at the Metropolitan Water District. I am testifying that as a water manager at the Metropolitan Water District, there are planning policies and goals that have been set that I believe are my duty to fulfill from a planning standpoint and providing planning information that allows the board to consider investments that help reach its planning policy goals. They will consider that and a whole range of other information, again, including but not limited to what Mr. Moore is, I think, implying. And I'm only testifying to the reliability planning goal and the information that we include to try and fulfill that duty.
Mr. Goshi, do you have any opinion as to whether, in your view, it would be worthwhile to go from 99% to 100% reliability if doing so would endanger public health and safety?
Asked and answered, beyond scope, calls for speculation.
And that now I will sustain it. I think that's beyond the scope of Mr. Goshi has now, for my purposes, it took me a little while to catch on. I understand the limitations on his testimony here, which has to do with planning goals. So I think this succeeds beyond that, Mr. Moore.
Fair enough. I'll move on. Mr. Goshi, are you aware of whether Metropolitan has yet assessed the affordability impacts of the Delta Conveyance project?
Beyond the scope of testimony, calls for speculation.
And where are we tying this in, Mr. Moore?
Well, my questions that I just went through largely had to do with the relationship between reliability and affordability. And so because we are here on a change petition proceeding that has to do with the DCP, I'm wondering if he's aware whether or not.
Well, we need to tie this
an assessment has been made.
We need to tie this to Mr. Goshi's testimony that's before us, however. So
in the first sentence, he refers to the cost of alternative water supplies, which is a comparison to the DCP. So I think that matters relating to DCP costs are within the scope as he's laid it out in the rebuttal testimony.
Which may differ. I thought your question was on affordability. Was that not your question?
Well, I think that costs have substantial affordability implications. They're not.
I agree with you, but I don't think.
Subject.
I'll leave Mr. Krieger to make the objections. But looking at this in this part at least, I don't think addresses affordability. Cost is one thing, but I don't see the tie-in here, unless you want to make another case for it.
Mr. Goshi, are you aware of whether Metropolitan has done an analysis that includes the total costs of the Delta Conveyance project?
Same objections.
Testimony is
What about the
not
word
addressing the
affordability?
costs of DCP. It's outside of the scope.
Overruled. Mr. Goshi, I think you can address that question.
I'm not aware of specific affordability analysis for the DCP specifically, but the testimony here in paragraph 3 in its statement is with regard to cost is referring to not the affordability of the costs, but the suggestion by Ms. Cooley that the DCP, regardless of its cost, should be replaced by something that's less costly. My rebuttal testimony was to show that that conclusion or that suggestion had a misestimate of what those costs are.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to page 2, paragraph 6. And I want to go to what I think is between lines 16 and 19. Mr. Goshi, you indicate, do you not hear that you disagree with Ms. Cooley's suggestion that because she concludes that significant future opportunities exist at low cost, the development of local and regional supplies would replace the need for state water project supply reliability that Metropolitan would receive through the DCP, correct? That is what your testimony states?
Inclusive of the first part of the sentence, which says, similarly, I disagree with her suggestion that, and
yes.
then by what you read.
Fair enough. And my apologies if I didn't make that clear. Would you say that Metropolitan supports all efforts to improve state water project supply reliability?
Beyond the scope of testimony, vague as to all efforts.
What do you mean, Mr. Moore, by all efforts?
Let me rephrase it. Mr. Goshi, would you say that Metropolitan supports all efforts that you are aware of, which are aimed at improving water supply, state water project supply reliability?
Sorry, but same objections.
Overruled, please, Mr. Goshi.
My testimony in the stated paragraph, to be clear, is referring to my disagreement with Ms. Cooley's quantification of future available conservation and local resource opportunities and the range of costs that she presents associated with that. That's all the testimony refers to. I haven't testified to additional, I'm not sure exactly what Mr. Moore is asking, but supporting all efforts with regard to the state water project. There's no reference to that here.
Okay, so your testimony then, if I understand you correctly, would then also not address, for example, the feasibility of investments in the existing state water conveyance system to reduce conveyance losses.
Could you say that again? I didn't understand that.
Whether Metropolitan supports investments in the existing state water project conveyance system to reduce conveyance losses.
The question, I'm sorry, you didn't have a question there. Mr. Moore, your question was whether his testimony encompassed those.
Well, I think that, well, I was about to ask him whether he thought they did, but based on his earlier testimony of his understanding of the scope, I thought it likely that he would reach the same conclusion regarding the scope. And so I wondered. I just wondered if he has any opinions on that he believes are within the scope of the testimony.
Opinion, you don't have I don't understand what question you have on the table.
Okay. Let me back up.
Okay. Thank you.
Here's the question I was going to ask, and I'll just ask it again. Does Metropolitan support investments in the existing state water project conveyance system to reduce conveyance losses?
And that is beyond the scope of the testimony.
Also vague, does Mr. Moore have a specific project in mind? I mean, the state water project is very large.
I thought so. Let's
I'm
figure out.
trying to find out if the witness is aware of any.
Is aware.
What?
So now are you
Aware of
changing the question
Metropolitan support for any?
Are you aware of it? All right, I'll allow that question if you know, Mr. Goshi.
Again, I don't know exactly what I'm answering here. If I'm going to try and ask for clarification here. Am I aware of actions that are taken with the existing state water project to maintain that state water project supply reliability? And is Metropolitan involved or supportive of that? Is that the question?
I think that's basically what it is.
Yes, let's go with that question.
I mean, yes, I'm aware that on an ongoing basis, DWR, on behalf of the contractors, of which Metropolitan is one, conducts studies and implements projects to maintain the reliability of the current state water project. I'm aware of that. We're supportive of that as one of the 29 contractors, the largest of the 29 contractors. But I don't see what that has to do with the range of cost and the availability of alternative water supplies and conservation.
I think answered my question, and I appreciate that. So I'll move on. Has Metropolitan conducted any analysis comparing the costs and benefits from improving the existing state water project conveyance infrastructure to the costs and benefits of the DCP?
Beyond the scope of the testimony.
I think it is beyond the scope, Mr. Moore. Here we're talking about local and regional supplies, right? Unless there's another portion of the testimony you are exploring.
Well, it relates to the answer that he just provided to my last question.
It does, but that was bordering on outside the scope anyway, but I did allow it.
I'm giving the witness an opportunity to cite to any such analysis if he wants to, but
Objection. It's quite vague. I mean, I still don't know what project Mr. Moore is referring to, and also misstates testimony if it was even in his testimony, in that it seems to be an assumption that if we were to undertake some unidentified project that we wouldn't also do DCP. So on multiple levels, the question is very unclear.
Well, I don't think we even have a question on the table, Ms. Sheehan. So
Well,
Mr. Moore, I think you're
Mr.
right
Moore
on.
I'm sorry. Mr. Moore gave the witness an open-ended, some sort of question that is on the table. And I'm just stating, I don't understand what we're even talking about because no specific project has been mentioned.
Well, and I thought the objection was sustained with respect to scope.
Correct.
There may not be a question.
Sorry, told you I was confused.
We're all confused. Let's start again, Mr. Moore. But I do think this paragraph at least is limited to a discussion of comparisons to local and regional supplies.
And now that we've received the clarification on the scope, which frankly I was confused about, and my apologies if it did not register early enough, but I'm prepared to move on, and I think I'm almost done here.
Thank you.
Mr. Goshi, are you basing your conclusions regarding the supply reliability potentially provided by the DCP on DWR's environmental impact report?
Beyond the scope of testimony, this was case in chief related testimony, and I believe that cross-examination questions on that issue have been asked already.
Well, the rebuttal testimony makes reference to reliability as well, so I think the question is still germane.
I will allow this. We'll start here. We'll see how it goes. Mr. Goshi, please.
Okay. Mr. Moore, if you could repeat that question.
Are you basing your conclusions regarding the state water project supply reliability potentially provided by the DCP on DWR's environmental impact report?
I have no testimony here regarding the DCP. My testimony here is in rebuttal to both Ms. Cooley and Mr. Michael.
Okay. If based on your clarification that there is nothing further that you're presenting on that subject in this testimony, I think I have the answer I need, and I believe that with that I can conclude my cross-examination. Mr. Goshi, I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Thank you, Mr. Goshi. And I believe next I look to Ms. Meserve. Do you have questions for Mr. Goshi?
Yes, I do have a few. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Goshi. I represent 4 of the Delta counties, and we did present the testimony of Dr. Michael. So most of the questions have to do with that portion of your testimony. One question that came up in the cross, however, and I think it relates to paragraph 6 primarily, where you refer to all the local and regional water supply opportunities. When you're comparing the opportunities for water supplies that are new, would you want to compare the fully treated water supply costs of those different opportunities?
Sorry, Vegas, so treated water supply costs beyond scope.
Can you try the question again, Ms. Meserve?
Sure. I was trying to understand the testimony that is responding to Ms. Cooley, and looked like there was some disagreement perhaps in how she had characterized what she may have characterized as alternatives. And I was just trying to clarify from your perspective as a water planner, if you, when comparing those future water supply opportunities that you reference in paragraph 6, if you try to get the final treated water cost that's projected for those opportunities when you do your planning.
So in the past, which is not inclusive of I think what you're asking, if the question is, have we included comparable costs when it came to presenting information on comparable costs of alternatives, I believe we do that.
So in other words, when you compare costs of different water supply opportunities, you try to do apples to apples, oranges to oranges in terms of that final project projected cost per acre foot, for instance.
Yes, we have in the past.
Okay. And you would you try to do that same thing in the future?
Objection as to the question. Is the question, would we compare apples to apples when we're doing cost comparisons in the future?
Well, for different water supply opportunities, I'm trying to confirm that Mr. Goshi would look at the final treated water cost, for instance, of those different water supply opportunities.
Falls for speculation and lacks foundation also.
It's as to the purpose of the analysis that you're referencing.
Wait, so let me ask this question. I think this is a simple question, which is, so let me try it this way. Mr. Goshi, is it generally the practice of Metropolitan Water District in assessing water supply costs for different options to look at a treated water cost and compare costs in that manner?
The answer is comparable costs are being presented. So if you're talking about the cost of a project at a certain delivery point, including the cost to treat that water, then when you look at an alternative, you would want to include the same costs so that you have a comparable apples to apples. Yeah, so I'm answering, I believe that's our past practice. And I don't have any reason to believe or testify that that would be different in the future. But that's speculative. I mean, I don't know.
But it would, and let me explore this. It sounds like in some instances, it would make sense to compare a treated water supply cost, and in other instances, it may make sense to address a pre-treatment water supply cost. I mean, there may be reasons for that, but is that accurate? That what's important is that what you're comparing is the same.
Correct. As an example, we have some customers that take water untreated for various purposes. If I was comparing a water supply, and this is hypothetical, if I was comparing a water supply to meet the needs of that untreated customer, I wouldn't include the treatment costs for, unnecessary treatment costs for one alternative And that would still be a fair comparison to the treated water cost of another alternative if that treatment is required to, to produce the equivalent amount of water supply. So in other words, if I can deliver a raw water source to a raw water demand, I would want to reflect the cost of that raw water source, not including treatment, and compare that to an alternative that may require treatment just by its nature, say recycled water. I would want to compare the total cost of the requirement to meet that same untreated water demand, if that's where that water was going. If that's helpful.
Yeah.
So that's what I meant by appropriate. Of course, we're going to look at that. We don't want to present costs that are uncomparable. We wouldn't want to present costs that are uncomparable. I believe that's our past practice. And I don't have any reason to believe that it wouldn't be our future practice.
Thank you. That's very helpful to me. With that, back to you, Ms. Meserve.
Thank you. And then regarding the testimony on paragraph 3, and there was some discussion about this 100% reliability. I did look, and you mentioned, or someone in the colloquy that occurred mentioned the mission statement of Metropolitan Water District. And I did look that up, and isn't it true, Mr. Goshi, that doesn't reference 100% reliability, does it?
No, that references adequate and reliable water supplies.
Okay, so the 100% reliable statement on line 18 of page 1 of your testimony, that doesn't come from the mission statement of the agency.
No, and I believe that the testimony was that it comes from the policy direction that's given by our board of directors.
And forgive me if you said this already, but is there a resolution or some written statement of that policy directive that we could secure later just for our reference?
It exists. It exists in each of the integrated resources plans that have been produced by the Metropolitan Water District since the 1996 integrated resources plan. I believe it may exist in some direction policy documents that led up to the adoption of the 1996 integrated resources plan. And it's been a consistent part of the planning parameters and policy since that time.
And let's see. So going to the demand scenarios, which Mr. Moore touched on a bit with you, so I'll try not to retread on that. But let's see if maybe Ms. Mullen, we could just pull up Mr. Goshi's testimony, which is SWC 903 on page 10, paragraph 25, toward the bottom there. You mentioned that it appears it's your opinion here that is it your opinion that future population growth is uncertain and it is appropriate to use a range of plausible outcomes of population?
That's my testimony.
And then as you answered Mr. Moore's questions, he pointed to the Sendig benefit cost analysis prepared for DWR, which did show at the bottom of page 26 of DWR 114 that he relied on scenario D, which is the high growth scenario, right? You recall that?
Yes, I didn't. I was hesitating to characterize that. That is the high growth, high. Yes, that did reference scenario D.
So does Dr. Sunding's approach of relying on scenario D for estimating future water demand in that 2024 benefit cost analysis comport with your opinion here in paragraph 25 that a range of possible demand scenarios should be considered for planning purposes?
Beyond the scope of cross, to the extent it calls for Mr. Goshi to testify to a cost benefit analysis, vague as to comport.
I'm going to I'll allow the question, Mr. Goshi, please.
Based on the previous questioning and showing, when I say previous questioning, I mean Mr. Moore's question, where he showed that footnote, it appears to me that DWR's report acknowledged that Metropolitan conducted a range of outcomes, scenarios, referenced all 4 of them, I believe, and represented using one of those scenarios for the contents, for the findings of that report. I think that that's consistent with Metropolitan continuing to support a range of planning scenarios and the representation of the outcomes of one of those planning scenarios by a third party, in this case, DWR.
So even though Dr. Sunding only used one scenario for purposes of the analysis, you believe that that comports with your opinion that multiple scenarios should be considered?
Also lacks foundation to the extent the witnesses have testified he's only roughly familiar with the BCP analysis provided by Dr. Sunding.
I think we need to establish, Ms. Miserva, if that's Mr. Goshi's understanding of what the analysis does. Or that's our understanding of what the analysis does, only considers scenario D. I don't think that's been established.
Okay. Well, should we can go back to DWR 114 then, I guess, if
I
that's...
mean, I saw the footnote too. We can go back to the footnote. To me, the footnote was not clear, but I also did not have the benefit of recently reading the entirety.
Perhaps, I mean, we can go also to Dr. Sunding's testimony, which I believe says the same thing, and maybe that's more helpful. But I'm just...
That would be more, that probably is
okay.
I don't know what it says exactly.
Okay. So the rebuttal testimony of Dr. Sunding is DWR 1303. If you could go to that, please, Ms. Mullen. And this, the discussion of the scenario, which growth scenario was used, is on PDF page 5. So do you see on beginning on line 4? If you could read to yourself.
We haven't established the witness is familiar with this testimony.
Well, the witness has submitted rebuttal testimony regarding Dr. Michael, which is testimony regarding Dr. Sunding. So,
well, let me ask this, Mr. Goshi, is it your understanding, and sitting here today, do you have an understanding that the benefit cost analysis that we are discussing analyzes water supply reliability benefits under the assumptions of scenario D? Or is this the first time, I mean, is looking at this testimony the first time you've become aware of this concept?
So I have not seen or reviewed this testimony from Dr. Sunding. I'm loosely familiar with or aware of the report issued by DWR. And I am familiar with the fact that the assumptions of scenario D that were taken from the integrated resources plan, 2020 integrated resources plan that Metropolitan conducted, that's what was used. That's what was used. I have that much familiarity, but I don't know the specifics of this testimony or the specifics of the report.
Thank you. Thank you. That's fair enough. So I think with that, Ms. Meserve, we can go back to where I diverted you.
Well, I guess thinking, yeah, so Mr. Goshi, you in paragraph 29, you do opine that you believe it was reasonable for DWR's economists to estimate the benefits based on scenario D, right? That's part of your testimony.
I did testify to that, yes.
Yeah. So just thinking back to what you say also in paragraph 25, how do you square that with your opinion that no single estimate of future predicted population growth is reliable or accurate because they are uncertain? And then just to paraphrase, you say it's more appropriate to rely on a range of possible planning scenarios. So I'm just trying to understand how in paragraph 29 you support what Dr. Sunding did.
Objection, this is a compound question. There were several comparisons there. Could we please break it down?
I think that's fair, Ms. Meserve. Can you be more direct in your question?
Yes.
Please.
If you think that it is more appropriate to use a range of possible planning scenarios, then how is it that you could agree with Dr. Sunding's decision to only analyze the alleged benefits of the project using scenario D?
It misstates testimony to the extent that scenarios A through D are for water planning purposes, and the use of scenario D in the Sunding report is for cost-benefit analysis.
Overruled, I'll allow Mr. Goshi to make whatever clarification he needs. Please.
I think it's entirely consistent with my testimony that Metropolitan, for the purposes of assessing conditions that help to identify for planning purposes needs that can be met to provide 100% reliability for planning purposes, that any one or all of those scenarios could be used appropriately to estimate the benefits of another project under those conditions. I think it's also appropriate that in that scenario D has the higher growth and higher climate change impacts associated of the four scenarios, that it's also appropriate to look at in that's a measure of, the higher end range of the plausible outcomes that encompass 100% of our foreseeable conditions for planning purposes, that it's appropriate to look at what the costs and benefits of an alternative would be measured under that side of the range. So I don't think it's inappropriate that one scenario was chosen, particularly because it's indicative of the costs and benefits of what Dr. Sunding was measuring under a range that was included in the planning scenarios that was developed by Metropolitan.
Later in paragraph 25, you mentioned scenarios A and C that had plausibly slower growth scenarios. Would it also be appropriate to analyze the benefits and costs of the DCP using those other scenarios, consistent with your opinion that a range of plausible scenarios should be used?
Beyond the scope of testimony.
I believe this is
Overruled.
squarely, yeah.
So it's not clear to me if I'm answering what it is that we do at the Metropolitan Water District or what was done with the DWR report, which was, independent of direct input from, not direct input, but independent of work provided by Metropolitan. So I wasn't involved in that work. I just testified to that I think it's appropriate that in considering the range of planning scenarios that were produced by Metropolitan, that Dr. Sunding used a scenario that represented a range that encompasses the planning needs for 100% planning reliability that I previously stated.
But the growth scenario that Dr. Sunding chose, he chose the one scenario and he excluded consideration of the plausibly slower growth scenarios that MWD has in its planning. So wouldn't it also be appropriate to consider those scenarios if you were trying to understand the potential benefits and costs of a project like the DCP?
Calls for speculation and is beyond the scope of the witness testimony.
I think that's right. Mr. Goshi is not testifying as to how to do a cost-benefit analysis. I don't think in this rebuttal.
I am not.
Well, just keeping with the purpose of scenarios A and C that you mentioned in your testimony, if the growth is slower and there aren't as many people to purchase the water, isn't that an important consideration when thinking about what the cost of a project such as the DCP may be for ratepayers?
Same objections with respect to this testimony.
Well, let me try this. I think, Mr. Goshi, I heard you testify, and I'm looking for clarification that in your opinion it is appropriate to consider scenario D, but that it is also your opinion that it may be appropriate to consider other scenarios. Well, let me stop there. Was that did I understand your testimony correctly?
Insofar as I testified that for the Metropolitan-led studies, I believe we did do that, and I think that that's appropriate. That does not make it inappropriate, in my view, that an outside study looking at what provided it was correctly stated that under these conditions, this is what the cost benefit would be. I think that's appropriate.
I think back to you, Ms. Meserve. Thank you, Mr. Goshi.
Let's see. So, and are you aware, I believe that you had criticisms of Dr. Michael's testimony. Well, you're criticizing his criticisms of scenario D, let's say. Given that, are you aware that Dr. Michael did consider a high value scenario in his benefit cost analysis where the demand went up and the seismic benefits were larger and the project stayed on budget?
The question is vague. Could we please be directed to what statement the witness is being asked about?
I believe we're talking about 24 generally of his testimony, which paragraph 24 on page 10, where he's says that the planning process is misrepresented. If Mr. Goshi isn't familiar with the testimony to answer the question, then I can move on.
But what is the question that's pending? I see paragraph 24.
Right. My question was whether Mr. Goshi was aware, and I could, of course, show him that Dr. Michael had considered a higher demand scenario as part of his own benefit cost analysis that was submitted to this hearing.
Vague as to higher than what?
Well, I mean, maybe this will help. I'm not aware of the report or the studies that Dr. Michaels relied on for his testimony. My rebuttal testimony is specifically to the testimony that he provided.
Right.
And that did not require, was based or is based on a review of whatever other work Mr. Michaels has done. So I guess the answer is I'm not aware. Is that
okay?
I'm not aware of Dr.
So just to clarify, you reviewed Dr. Michael's testimony, which was marked as Solano 1, but you did not review Dr. Michael's benefit cost analysis critique that was marked as Solano. I'm looking for the exhibit number. I believe it was 18 or it might be 19. I might have to look back for that. But anyway, it was submitted at the same time. Sounds like that was not within what you reviewed for your testimony.
Yeah.
Well, could we please see what you're referring to though?
Sure. One moment. My copy is not marked, so I just need to find it quickly. Thank you for just one moment. Unless you would like to take our afternoon break at this time.
Oh, we could do that. Well, and how much more do you think you have, Ms. Meserve?
Probably like another 20, 25 minutes. And then I know we do have Mr. Busher today.
Yes.
I think will be our last questioner.
Understood. Let's go ahead and take an afternoon break. We'll take 10 minutes and we'll come back at 3:01.
And
Thank
I
you.
apologize, I don't have that number. I'll get it.
All right, welcome back. Looking to our court reporter, are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Excellent. And I think I see all of the relevant participants. So with that, back to you, Ms. Meserve.
Thank you. Yeah, I did locate the 2025 benefit cost analysis critique prepared by, or alternative cost analysis prepared by Dr. Michael, but I realized he discusses it in his testimony, so it's really not necessary to go to the report. I believe, since Mr. Goshi said you just reviewed the testimony anyway, so we should just stick with that. I guess if we could go to Dr. Michael's testimony, which is Solano 1, we could look at that briefly on this issue we were just discussing about the consideration of a higher demand scenario. So this is, you did review this in preparing your testimony, right, Mr. Goshi?
I believe so. Could you scroll a little bit further down? I just want to make sure.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Mullen. Yeah. So if we go to page 11 of this document and scroll down to paragraph 23 was what I was getting at in the question that I was asking Mr. Goshi, was whether you had noted in your consideration of Dr. Michael's testimony that he did consider a higher demand scenario in his analysis that had higher growth, more similar to what Dr. Sunding had done in the DWR benefit cost analysis.
Objection to the extent this is outside the scope. I don't believe paragraph 23 is referenced in Mr. Goshi's rebuttal testimony.
Overruled. Please, Mr. Goshi.
Also, this is described as a high value scenario. I believe.
Well, I would like to get to what this means to Mr. Goshi, but I'm going to turn to you, Mr. Goshi, your response to Ms. Meserve's question based on your understanding.
Yeah, I mean, this is his testimony.
So, given what's described here in his testimony, Dr. Michael does account for a high water demand scenario in his analysis, doesn't he?
Lacks foundation. I don't think the witness testified he reviewed the Dr. Michael 2025 BCA report.
I think that, and also staying at Mr. Krieger, I think, Ms. Meserve, to the extent you're just asking Mr. Goshi to repeat what's already in front of us, I can see it. So I'm not sure where you're going with this.
Yeah, and I see he didn't cite this particular paragraph, so I should probably move on.
Yeah.
I guess I would point to, in your testimony, Mr. Goshi, in the same paragraph we were looking at, paragraph 24, you say you disagree with Dr. Michael's conclusion and with his reliance on Department of Finance forecast to support his conclusion. But you can see here, however, that he does do a higher population growth scenario, doesn't he? So I do think it is tied to his testimony, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
So what is the question, though? I'm not sure.
the question is, do you see now that Dr. Michael does do a higher growth scenario in his analysis besides the Department of Finance forecasts?
And same objections with respect to foundation.
Okay.
Let's go.
With respect to his analysis? Well, I'm trying to look, I mean, maybe it's, this is confusing because, I see, we have paragraph 24 up. Okay.
This is my testimony now.
Yes, exactly. It switched. Ms. Meserve, if you want to ask this question, just help me connect this here, that you are asking Mr. Goshi about his conclusion that what?
Well, Mr. Goshi's testimony in paragraph 24 seems to indicate that Dr. Michael's analysis is based only on one scenario, and that it relied entirely on Department of Finance projections. And I'm attempting to elicit a response that.
So let me, if I can interject, let me ask this, Mr. Goshi, in reaching this conclusion expressed in paragraph 24, did you consider what Dr. Michael called the high value scenario that we just reviewed in the reference to which we reviewed in his testimony? Was that part of your conclusion here?
So I am testifying in paragraph 24 directly to any conclusion that Dr. Michaels made that scenario D was unrealistic because of its inconsistency with DOF forecasts. That's specifically what I'm testifying to here, and not to any other inclusion or analysis that Dr. Michaels might have done using alternative forecasts. It's directly to rebut that Dr. Michael's conclusion that scenario D is unrealistic because it's inconsistent with DOF forecasts.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you.
And thinking still about population growth in Metropolitan's planning process, Metropolitan is currently updating its urban water management plan. Is that right?
Yeah, urban water management plan. Well, urban water management plans are required by California Water Code, and they are due in this year, in July, and Metropolitan's currently preparing its update.
And are you aware of what population projections the urban water management plan relies on to for that planning document?
Beyond the scope of testimony.
Overruled. I'll allow it, please, Mr. Goshi.
Okay. I am aware of both the 2020 urban water management plan for Metropolitan that was submitted and the 2025 urban water management plan that is currently being prepared. The growth projections for that report are based directly on growth forecasts from the Southern California Association of Governments and the San Diego Association of Governments. And that is done, it's a single point forecast, but it is done in response to the law as it's written. To shorthand that, the California Water Code and the Urban Water Management Planning Act asks for assessments of water supplies and demands under specific planning scenarios and cites, and I don't know the citation number, but cites that agencies, I can't recall whether it's must use or should use, forecast produced by regional planning agencies, of which SCAG and Sandag are both regional planning agencies, as one of the sources of the growth forecast. So in the case of the urban water management plans, we use a specific growth forecast that's provided by those agencies as indicated by the California Water Code.
And that urban water management plan shows that at 2045, or it is based on a 2045 population estimate of about 20 million people within the metropolitan service area, right?
Which plan?
The draft urban water management plan that's out for review right now.
Beyond scope, foundation.
Well, let me ask you that. Mr. Goshi, to your knowledge, is the growth estimate in that draft plan different than scenario D?
In the long term, yes. And I would say, and the reason for that is, and again, this is shorthand, the water code requires the use of a single point forecast that's provided by a regional planning agency or a state agency to report the results of water supply and demand and reliability under those understated conditions within the water code. And so the urban water management plan is a report, if you would, of Metropolitan's reliability under those stated conditions in the code. That's not to be confused with the overall planning that's done in the integrated resources plan, which is Metropolitan's, overall planning framework, which includes that wider range of plausible outcomes for different things, including growth.
And then thinking about the 100% reliability goal that is stated at the beginning of your testimony, does that reliability have any water quality component to it, in your opinion?
In my opinion, that's a reliability planning goal. Water quality and other measures are included in overall planning and implementation processes. It's made reference to in the mission statement that we referred to earlier. Yeah, so when we talk about the reliability planning goal, it's talking about water supply reliability.
Which does include water quality or does not?
Asked and answered. He just described.
No, he didn't, because I still had the same question. That was not clear to me. Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt, Ms. Shin, but Mr. Goshi, please. I didn't follow. I'm sure it was clear to you, but I didn't follow whether
so this
water quality was in or out.
The planning goal that I'm referring to refers to water supply reliability and not to water quality. But that's not to say that water quality and other measures are not included in the overall planning and implementation processes at Metropolitan. It's just not specifically covered in what I see as the reliability planning goal.
And the water quality, for instance, is included in the urban water management plan process, for instance. That would be like an example of a separate process.
vague as to process, and again, outside scope with respect to urban water management plans.
I think I'll allow it, just trying to understand the various planning processes that we're talking about. Do you understand the question, Mr. Goshi?
Yeah, I'm hesitant to answer because I don't know the specific codes or requirements for water quality, but my general understanding is that the urban water management plan requires different looks at water supply reliability under conditions of like water quality, climate change, different considerations that are cited in the code. And when I say the code, I mean the California Water Code and the Urban Water Management Planning Act. So, it's a conditional yes. I believe that that's included, but it's not a specific yes, and that I don't know exactly what the requirements are off the top of my head.
Let's see. So, back on page 1 of your testimony, maybe, Ms. Mullen, if we could go to that. And you, on lines 11 and 12, you referenced that you disagree with Ms. Cooley and Dr. Michael's opinions that the DCP may be unnecessary. Have you reviewed the possibility posed in this hearing that the amount of water available under this change petition may be limited to amounts previously diverted by DWR in the South Delta?
Objection outside scope of testimony. Calls for conclusion.
I think overruled. You just tied it. I mean, Ms. Meserve just tied her question to a question about the need for the Delta Conveyance project. But Mr. Goshi, understanding that you're not an attorney, you're not expressing a legal opinion. You can answer the question.
Yeah, to the testimony. Could you, Ms. Meserve, could you scroll down just a little bit more so I can read that?
Ms. Mullen.
Totality. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah. So what I'm testifying to there is that I believe that both Ms. Cooley and Dr. Michael suggest that state water project supplies could be replaced by alternatives or are not needed under lower growth scenarios. And I believe that those opinions fail to consider that we are already investing in alternative water supplies. And we've already spoken to, yes, under some growth scenarios, additional water supply is less necessary or less needed than under higher growth scenarios. But we're considering all of those growth scenarios, or not all of the growth scenarios, but a range of those growth scenarios in our planning. That's the basis for what that testimony is.
When you provide the opinion that these other witnesses are wrong about it being unnecessary, are you taking into account the fact that the water deliveries from a new Delta Conveyance project could be limited to the amount that was previously diverted by DWR at the South Delta pumps in the past before 2009, consistent with the hearing notice that was issued February 28th, 2025?
Again, this is outside the scope. It's asked and answered. The witness just explained the scope and basis of his testimony, and it also calls for a legal conclusion.
Yeah, well, I think we can ask this more simply, Ms. Meserve. So I'm going to give it a shot, which is, Mr. Goshi, did the opinions, and this may be, I admit, I may be asking the same question again, so humor me, Mr. Goshi.
Okay.
Do the opinions expressed here in this paragraph, depend at all on whether Metropolitan Water District would receive more water on average than it has in the past from the State Water Project.
Yeah. I don't think my testimony relied on anything to do with what DCP and the State Water Project could provide in the future. My testimony speaks directly to the suggestion that alternatives to whatever that is are available at quantity and at cheaper, at more cost-effective prices. It's agnostic to what I know or what I believe the DCP is going to provide. It is just going to the suggestion that I believe Ms. Cooley and Dr. Michael make, that whatever that is, it's unnecessary because there are cheaper alternatives or that we don't have the demand for it. So the implication, I believe, of the additional yield or anything to do with that would be on the part of Ms. Cooley and Dr. Michael and not included in my testimony.
Thank you. I think that's helpful. And I think, Ms. Meserve, that gets us through that issue.
Are you aware that Dr. Sunding assumed that there would be an additional yield of 403,000 acre-feet per year from the DCP in his benefit cost analysis, which was also presented to your board?
Outside of scope of his testimony.
I think that's right, Ms. Meserve. We're outside.
Guess my argument would be that it goes to the necessity, because I'm not understanding how the cost of the unit of water could be irrelevant. But perhaps I'm missing something.
I think you can make these, I mean, I assume you're going to make these points in rebuttal in a positive way that would be more conducive to putting evidence into the record on this topic.
Yes, ma'am. I am done. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Goshi.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Meserve. Thank you, Mr. Goshi. And I believe next we have Mr. Busher, who has a hand raised. Can we please elevate Mr. Busher? Good afternoon, Mr. Busher. You're welcome to come on camera when you're ready. There you are.
Good afternoon, Eric Busher for San Francisco Baykeeper. Good afternoon, Mr. Goshi. Good to see you again.
Good afternoon.
Is anything in your rebuttal testimony, not Exhibit 903, intended to change your prior written testimony?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And is anything in the rebuttal testimony intended to change the prior responses you gave during cross-examination? I think it was last August.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Several times in your testimony, let me try that again. Certain times in your testimony, you say, I agree or I disagree. And other times you say Metropolitan agrees or Metropolitan disagrees. When you refer to Metropolitan agreeing or disagreeing, who are you speaking on behalf of?
Yeah. So generally speaking, speaking on behalf of my understanding of what's policy at Metropolitan, and I explained earlier that policy is usually, board direction, board of directors direction, et cetera, versus my own opinion that may not have required specific board direction.
Thank you. That's helpful. I appreciate that. Ms. Mullen, could we put Mr. Goshi's testimony on the screen and go to page 2 and paragraph 6, please? So at the bottom of this paragraph, Mr. Goshi, you say that your testimony is in response to various statements, and you cite some things from Ms. Cooley, and then you say, and State Water Contractors 800. Can you explain to me what you mean when you say it's in response to State Water Contractors Exhibit 800?
It may be helpful to bring up State Water Contractors 800, which is an appendix of the Cooley report.
Well, we can do it if
Yeah.
we need to, if Mr. Goshi, if you,
Okay.
that would be helpful.
Mr. Busher, could you point to the line again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's the last line of paragraph 6. So, and the
Okay.
sentence starts at line 22, or the last word of line 21. Just that it's in response to information presented by Ms. Cooley, Exhibit FOR 6, FOR 123 and 124, and SWC 800. And if it's in response to her characterization of 800, that may be the answer. I just didn't understand what you meant by that sentence, the responding to the State Water Contractors Exhibit.
The State Water Contractors Exhibit is, though, Appendix A of Ms. Cooley's report, though, right?
Could we please bring it
Yeah.
up so the witness can see what he doesn't know it by exhibit number, I don't think.
Sure, we can put SWC 800 on the screen. That's fine with me.
Thank you.
I don't want to testify here, but just to clarify, Appendix A, which is SWC 800, was not included with the Cooley submission in case in chief, but it is referenced in the Cooley report, which is why we had to add it as an exhibit because it was not already in the record.
Right.
If that's at all helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what thanks. That's what I was trying to clarify also, that this is Appendix A to Ms. Cooley's report, not something submitted by State Water Contractors as their own. Yeah, so I think in response to your question, Mr. Busher, this is part of the basis for the statements that I make in my testimony.
Thank you. That's helpful. I appreciate that clarification. In your testimony, you talk about some local water supply strategies, some specific projects that Met has undertaken: stormwater recapture, desalination, water recycling. Do you agree that those types of local water supply projects provide benefits to the communities where they're located apart from water supply?
Could I ask you to point me to what you're referring to? Or are you
sure? If we go back to Mr. Goshi's testimony, so on page 6 through 8, paragraphs 11 through 17, there's a long discussion of stormwater recapture.
Mm-hmm.
Paragraphs 18 through 22 discuss water recycling and Met's efforts there. Paragraph 23 on page 10 discusses desalination and the Carlsbad project. And I'm just generally, right, as Met undertakes and supports those local efforts, as I understand your testimony, is one of the reasons that Metropolitan does that, the benefits that those projects provide apart from water supply.
And objection to the extent that's beyond the scope of the testimony.
Overruled.
So Metropolitan's involvement in incentivizing local resources is one of support and economics, I would say, in terms of that's it was primarily driven, or initially driven, by the diversification goals in the 1996 IRP, Integrated Resources Plan. And the Integrated Resources Plan was a comprehensive planning process with local and metropolitan, and other government agencies to develop a blueprint and programs for moving forward. Diversification was one of the points of that. From Metropolitan standpoint, our incentives to increase the amount of local supplies produced within the service area are based on water supply and benefits to the regional water system. But that's not to say that there aren't costs and benefits that accrue to the local entities that actually implement that. If that was your question, there are costs and benefits that accrue, but that's not part of Metropolitan's approach or incentives to recognize or compensate for that.
Thank you. I think that answers my question. Ms. Mullen, can we go to page 9, please? And lines, what is this? 12 through 16, paragraph 21. You're describing the Pure Water Southern California program here in this paragraph, Mr. Goshi. And the concluding sentence describes both a per acre foot cost and a life cycle unit per acre foot cost. Can you just explain to me what the difference between those is?
Yes, I can. So those cost estimates are there are two different looks at a cost per acre foot of a benefit over different time periods. So the general explanation of the dollars per acre foot, that $5,200 to $6,800 per acre foot, is a present value of the costs for construction and operation of the project as though they happened in the present, divided by the acre feet that would be produced by the project. So that's different than the life cycle unit cost, which assumes a longer useful life of the project, and some of that useful life may not include the initial capital costs that are associated with the project. So in other words, the $5,200, a general description of that would be, what are the costs that I'm going to pay and what's the water I'm going to get over the next 30 years? And the life cycle unit cost would be, what does it cost for me to extend the project, above its capital costs, right? So that's already paid for over a longer life cycle. And the number of acre feet that would be produced over that longer life cycle. So just again, not testifying to specifics, but it would be the difference between 30 years, say, and 100 years for a project like that, if you interpreted the 100 years as a life cycle, as opposed to the 30 years for a capital bonding period, if you would. So like the capital cost that you would bond over 30 years.
And just make sure I understood that. In this instance, the longer Metropolitan could maintain and operate the project that is described here, the cheaper it gets per acre foot over time, right? The capital cost stays the same, but if you can use it for 100 years, the total per acre foot cost starts to drop.
Yes, because, okay. Well, the total cost doesn't drop, the unit cost drops because the number of.
Thank you. Yeah. All right. We can scroll down a little bit and look at paragraph 22. And really my question is at the top of the next page. You say that the cost per acre foot in 2012 was projected to be $1,800. Current estimates have it at just over $3,500 per acre foot. What caused the cost to go up, or the cost estimate to go up?
I'm not familiar with the specifics of the San Diego Pure Water Program, so I couldn't speak specifically to what made the cost go up. I'm speaking to what was their published cost estimates at those two different points in time.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll also add that the difference there isn't the same difference as the unit versus life cycle cost. Those are two comparable costs that, once was thought to be $1,800, and now because of, whatever it might be, would now be $3,500 for the equivalent amount of water.
Fair enough. We could scroll down on page 10 to paragraph 24. Does Metropolitan use Department of Finance population projections for any reason?
Projections, no.
Okay. And then in paragraph 25 on page 11, this is lines 2 through, what is this, 5. You note that Metropolitan hired a demographer to develop a range of future population growths in the context of the 2020 IRP. Do you see that?
Yes.
Who was that demographer?
His name's Stephen Levy.
Has Metropolitan used Mr. Levy or his company in the past for demographic projections on other contexts?
Prior to the 2020 IRP, you mean?
Correct.
Yeah, I believe we have.
In what contexts?
Demographic analysis.
For what purpose? For the urban watershed management plans, for prior versions of the IRP, for something else?
I can't remember specifically, but it would be anything in the context of the use of demographics in doing projections. Right.
Is it reasonable? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm fine.
Reasonable to understand from that answer that he would have been involved in urban watershed management plan population projections?
I don't know that term. Urban watershed management
Urban
plan?
water management plan, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Just making sure. Not that there aren't a lot of these different things. Part of his qualifications is that he has a long history with working with the Southern California Association of Governments. And I testified to that's one of the qualifications for having selected him as an expert demographer was his familiarity with those Southern California Association of Governments demographic models and projection techniques.
Okay. That answered my next question. Thank you. If we could go down to paragraph 28, this is lines 18 through 23 on page 11. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. You say at the beginning of paragraph 28 that Metropolitan's board of directors made a decision to incorporate scenario D in its planning. Do you see that?
Yeah.
You testified previously that the board decided to incorporate the most extreme climate scenarios and that included both scenarios C and D. Is that correct?
The climate scenarios underlying the overall resource conditions in scenario C and D, yes.
Okay. And can you describe what you mean by incorporate?
Yes, I think. Well, I can try anyways. One of the uncertainties in planning and in our water resource planning is the impacts of factors, including climate change factors. So what is the future change in temperature and precipitation, things that are relevant and important to that balance of supply and demand that we may see in the future. Our board took an affirmative step to direct staff to incorporate impacts consistent with what they called, or not what they called, but what the climate change community called regional concentration pathways 8.5, which is generally understood to be more extreme climate change under conditions of higher carbon loading in the atmosphere. And that's, I don't want to get too much into I'm not an expert at that. That's my understanding of it from a planning perspective. Our board directed us to include impacts consistent with RCP 8.5 as a way of directing staff to consider the impacts of that severe climate change in the planning work that we did. And that's, essentially saying we want to know what our needs and impacts are under a future of severe climate change as represented by this. Yeah.
And that includes, that direction from the board includes both scenarios C and D as reflected in the 2020 IRP, correct?
That's correct. The scenarios C and D include climate change impacts on both supplies and demands for that, in response to that.
All right. And then I just have a couple of other questions about the 100% reliability. And I think most of this got covered. I just want to make sure I understand your testimony. Do I understand correctly from your statements today, the 100% reliability is a planning goal, not a statement that Metropolitan would never have a water shortage or involve water rationing? Is that a fair characterization?
So it's not a guarantee that we won't. It's a directive, I believe, a directive by our board to say incorporate into the planning these conditions that approximate the widest range, 100% of the foreseeable conditions out into the future, and bring that planning and implementation needs to us, and we'll decide whether to implement them. So I would separate, it is truly 100% reliability planning goal, but it doesn't necessitate, and I think this goes to the previous question, this does not necessitate that at all costs, at all anything that Metropolitan's board is going to decide to implement. That it's from a planning standpoint, which I think is consistent with all the testimony that I provided here, providing information to our board as to what the risks, outcomes, and impacts of a wide range of conditions, of plausible conditions, are in the future.
Can you estimate how much water would be needed? Metropolitan would need to generate from local water supply projects to meet the 100% reliability goal without the Delta Conveyance project?
Calls for speculation, incomplete hypothetical.
I'll allow the question if you know, Mr. Goshi.
I could give a rough estimate, but it's not based on anything but my own experience.
Okay.
The hearing officer Kinsey, is that what we're looking for here?
So let me try this. I don't want you to close your eyes and throw a dart and guess. You have a lot of experience doing this planning work. You've opined that even with water supply, the DCP is necessary. If you can give me an estimate as to how much local supply would be necessary that Metropolitan would not need the DCP, that's what I'm asking for.
Okay, I think I understand, and I will answer it this way. Our estimate of the range of what I call retail water demand, which is use of water at the consumer retail level. So you as an individual and businesses, et cetera. I think a rough estimate of that going out into the future is somewhere between 3.5 and 4 million acre feet of water demand within our service area, retail water demand. So if you said that, look, there's 4 million acre feet of total water demand possible, right? And if Metropolitan, one extreme of it would be if Metropolitan couldn't provide any water to meet that retail demand and it had to be produced locally, there would be a need for 4 million acre feet of locally developed supplies for those demands to be met and for the region to be 100% reliable. At current, Metropolitan provides about half of that retail water demand. So again, just using rough numbers, we can provide 2 million acre feet of and the local supplies produce about 2 million acre feet of the total regional demand. So local supplies would have to double under that, kind of informed hypothetical, I guess, is what I would call that. So that's a rough range of how much additional local supply would have to be developed if it was done entirely locally.
Okay. And I really appreciate that. That was very helpful. Is it fair to think about that from my perspective as Metropolitan needs to, or the region needs to have roughly 4 million acre feet of water available to it, minus whatever water's coming from the state water project?
I think
That
so,
is
and
that's the local supply piece.
Right. I'll say I think so, and the reason why I say I think so is because I'm geared the other way. Metropolitan provides the amount, provides the supply to meet the additional demands after local supplies are developed. So I think of it as, 4 million acre feet of total demand. The local agencies are providing 2 million acre feet, so Metropolitan needs to provide an additional 2 million acre feet. But I think we're saying the same thing, just in reverse.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goshi. That's all the questions I have for you.
Thank you, Mr. Busher. I don't believe on my list, I don't have any other questioners. I'll look to the room and pause for a moment while I also look to see if I have any questions. Then with that, I do not have any additional questions for you, Mr. Goshi. I asked a number of them as we proceeded through this. So I will look to Mr. Krieger. Do you have any redirect for Mr. Goshi?
May I have 5 minutes to determine that?
Of course. Let's come back at 3:53.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am hearing officer Kinsey.
Excellent. And I will look to you, Mr. Krieger. Do you have any redirect?
I do not have any redirect. Thank you.
Excellent. Then with that, I want to thank you, Mr. Goshi, for your time this afternoon and for answering all of our questions. Thank you very much, and you are excused.
Thank you.
I believe with that, we have completed rebuttal by DWR and state water contractors, and we are ready to close. Before we do that, I had two procedural items, and then I will look to the room to see if there are other things, which is one, I wanted to ask for all of the parties to submit updated exhibit indices. That includes those parties who offered exhibits on or brought up exhibits on cross that you plan to offer into the record. That will help us. And then the second piece of that, which is related, is setting up a schedule for offering rebuttal exhibits and then objecting to rebuttal exhibits and responding to objections. So that is on my list of to-do. Before we discuss that, and I realize there aren't many of you left here, but is there anything else that we need to talk about before we break? Our next hearing day is not until June, as far as I know.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I just had one addition to your request for the indices of exhibits. We were looking at ours and noticed that the hearing team had put in very helpfully whether it had been accepted and the objections. However,
Yes.
ours seems to be off now. And so we were wondering if there was an updated version from the hearing team that we could have to make sure that we're not continuing to perpetuate an error.
What do you mean by off? I just want to make sure I understand what.
It seems that the information that was entered by the hearing team doesn't necessarily match to the exhibit. So we're wondering if like a row was entered or what we did when we entered cross or rebuttal.
Something has happened and
Yes.
unfortunately has corrupted the file. So I think the answer is going to be, we'll have to take a look at that and get back to you. But let's tentatively plan. I mean, if we need to have an email exchange on this, we can figure that out. But I'll tentatively plan to have my team look at that and see if there's something that we need to correct, and then let you know either there's a corrected file or I don't know, whatever question may come up out of that. So thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you for the help.
Yeah. And the idea is with the indices, we're somewhat new at this, but the idea, of course, is that that's our master, what's in, what's out, what objections were filed, so that we all have that. When you get to closing briefs, you'll have that, and when we get to drafting some kind of order, we will have that as well. So that's a shared resource, hopefully.
Yeah, and in that vein, would it be possible to have a folder for those so that we don't have to go through each of the party folders to find that particular indices, but have a most up-to-date indice folder?
We could do that. Is that if that's more useful than having them in the folder with the exhibits? That's a judgment call. We can do that. The important part is only have one. If we have multiple copies, then it gets confusing. Yes, what we could do maybe is have our master, kind of the AHO working copy, in a separate folder, and then we can work on it that way. I will look into that, and we'll let everyone know if we move those. We'll let everyone know that they've been moved and where they are. Ms. Meserve, you look like you may have something to say.
Yeah, I'd be a little concerned about moving them out of our folder because that's the guide. But I mean, I defer to the hearing team, but it just seems like it should be with our exhibits. But I'll let you guys look at it.
We'll think about it. I can understand where DWR is coming from, which is sometimes where I'm coming from, where I'm going through all of them at once. And you want to be able to get to them easily. I wonder actually if we could do shortcuts that do accomplish the same thing. It might be that we have a folder of shortcuts, which would create the same opportunities. We will try to brainstorm that issue. On objections, so what I'm thinking is that I could set a deadline for DWR and state water contractors to offer rebuttal exhibits into the record. That just can be an email. I think we did this before, an email just clarifying which particular exhibits are being offered. And we can make sure our exhibit indices match all of those. I realize next week is, it shouldn't be that challenging, but next week is spring break for many. So I was looking at April the 10th as a deadline for that. So it'd be an offer of exhibits. And I will ask if there's concerns about the schedule in a moment, but offer exhibits from DWR and state water contractors. At the same time, by that date, if not sooner, for everyone to submit updated exhibit indices with cross exhibits on there. And that helps. The reason to do that is so that you don't accidentally duplicate your exhibit numbers when you submit rebuttal exhibits on April 30th. That's part of the idea there, is if we have those updated indices with the cross exhibits in there, we can hopefully avoid any duplication of numbers. I know, well, I would imagine the protestants are very busy until at least April 30th. So I was going to allow an appropriate amount of time after the deadline for rebuttal exhibits to object to the offer of evidence. So I was thinking somewhere in the range of, but before we actually start the hearing. So let me look at that. I think we pick up in the hearing, yes, right on June 1st. I could just say objections by May 29th. I know that means, I mean, DWR, you'll have a chance to respond. I know we're in the hearing, we're busy in the hearing in June, so I'm open to, I'll tell you, I'll reflect that the hearing officer will not be reaching these evidentiary objections until after the June hearing is completed. Most likely we'll be fairly busy. So that's when I'll be getting to those objections. So I think having fairly long deadlines, but DWR, you can propose Ms. Carroll or Ms. Morris if you have a preference. End of June. There's also summer vacations and things. We're all very busy. So I guess I'll put on the table April 10th as an offer of the exhibits, May 29th as objections to be filed, and then sometime at the end of June. When do we finish here? We go all the way through, don't we? So I would look at June 30th for responses. But I'm open to discussion here and now. Mr. Busher, I see you're off mute, so I will look to you first.
I was going to suggest May 22nd or May 29 for the objections, so that's fine with me, and I don't have strong feelings about when DWR's responses are filed.
All right, excellent. Ms. Carroll or Ms. Morris, does that schedule work for you?
Well, we just have a question about when you would rule on the objections then, because we have to request SIR rebuttal and, when we have to submit SIR rebuttal on July 24th.
And that may depend on what is in or out from your rebuttal.
Correct.
That's what you're thinking. Well, if you get it to me sooner, I will rule sooner. Do you want a June? Does that argue in favor of having an earlier deadline? So, and this is, I realize we're in the hearing, so it's somewhat, if you make a proposal, I will make a commitment to moving faster.
I ask for 10 minutes. We'll sit down, we'll look at the schedule,
Yes, that's fair enough.
go through some things. I just worry about being crunched because either we're in the hearing and we have the disadvantage of having to respond to all of the protestants, whereas the protestants only have to respond to us and the state water contractors. So trying to also balance that in our decision making.
Yeah, noted. I can give you 10 minutes. Let's come back at 4:12. Thank you. All right, to the court reporter first. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Great. Then with that, I will look to first Ms. Carroll.
Okay, so I will preface this with timing is just tough with spring break, with summer, with everything else that's going on. But I took a look at past schedules and I looked at the calendar going forward. And in the past, we've traditionally had about 2 weeks to submit objections. And like I mentioned, DWR has had to do this to multiple protestants versus the protestants have the state water contractors and DWR. And I just want to also put on the record that the protestants have had all of DWR's testimony since January 16th, and that's with all of the updated materials that we provided. So that wasn't even our original deadline. That was the most updated information. And I understand we just finished cross. That being said, I have 2 different options that we could look at, but the preferable one is that we would all offer exhibits on March 27th. We would submit objections on April 13th, and then the responses would be due on April 30th.
Right, that was option 1. Did you say there was an option 2 or was that...
Well, that's the preferable option. So yeah. The other option is more aligned with what you had proposed, which is to the detriment of DWR because we'll be preparing this for cross and it will not allow you time to make a ruling on the objections prior to us having to decide on SIR rebuttal. So we're just going to have to go forward making assumptions on how you would roll, which will be optimistic and say that you're letting it all in. But that would be offer on April 10th, objections on May 22nd, and responses on July 3rd.
You don't mean July 3rd, you mean June 3rd?
No, I mean July 3rd.
Oh, okay. That you would go all the way out to allow yourself time. I got it. Okay.
Yeah.
June 3rd would be too short. It didn't make sense either. Got it. Understood. And I understood limited resources here. Ms. Meserve, did you want to chime in since you're here on camera?
Yeah, I'm seeing some people are monitoring on YouTube as well, but I mean, I think
yes, we suddenly have many, and yeah.
Primarily, we can't have anything big due before our protestants' rebuttal. We just can't do that. So, so I think, and then I just would point out, I know that it's a lot of objections for DWR to deal with, but there are some of us who have dealt with a lot of objections because we have multiple clients and because state water contractors chose to object to almost everything. And that created a lot of work. And I guess I would just put out there for everybody who might be listening that given the hearing officer's remarks about the kind of gist of this process being that most evidence does come in and that usually it goes to the weight of the evidence if there's objections, that we should all keep that in mind and not make a lot of extra work for each other in this process and focus our efforts on objections to things that really are critical. And I would put that on myself and all of the participants. And because as I went through objections and responding to objections last time around, I did not feel that was followed. So I'm just putting that out there. As far as schedule, yeah, I think if I caught what Ms. Carroll was suggesting, I think the first one doesn't work. I think the May 22nd, that would be for DWR to put its for the objections to DWR's evidence to be due.
That was the second proposal.
22nd.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I think that could work. I think I liked the May 29th deadline a lot better that the hearing officer had suggested. I don't know how, the other thing that I'm thinking of is that we don't have, and again, I'm not criticizing, but I don't have the hearing officer's rulings on the last round, and I
I
think
know.
that would kind of and I'm not criticizing, but that would inform this process a little bit, just to see kind of like what the latest thinking from the hearing office is about, you know, the types of objections that actually are being sustained or actually are affecting, you know, evidence.
Yes,
You know what I mean? So
agreed. You are absolutely right.
I would like to be
We don't
able
have those
to,
either.
Right.
yeah,
No, none of
right.
us
So
do.
I
I'd
would
like to
like
say
for
I have
all
one.
of us to be able to see that and have that inform decisions about what to object to.
So this is what I would like to do. And I'm also cognizant, I'm just going to put this right out front, which is I'm also cognizant of the other proceeding that is significant and some of the parties are involved with, which has a significant deadline of May 22nd. So that is something that's on my mind as well. So let's go with, I'll give DWR, if you are feeling, extra, you are welcome to submit your offer of exhibits sooner, but you are not required to until April 10th. We'll stick with that. We're going to stick with May 29th for the deadline for protestants to file their objections to the offer of evidence. And we will have July 3rd as the deadline for DWR to respond. I will attempt to rule on those as quickly as possible. It, of course, depends on the number. I fully support Ms. Meserve's comments with respect to the utility of objections. I mean, there are always exceptions and unique circumstances, but in general, this evidence comes in and goes to the weight of the evidence. I think you will see that in the rulings that will be forthcoming, which will be available to all of you well before May 29th. So certainly you will have those to review and hopefully tailor your objections accordingly. And of course, I would ask DWR to consider the same thing when filing objections to protestants' rebuttal exhibits. What goes around will come around, I hope. So that's what I would plan to do. Now, this does give us time to revisit I don't plan to shorten those deadlines, but we can revisit this if we need to for any reason. Hopefully nothing else will come up between now and June, but this proceeding hasn't exactly been predictable. That's all I'll say. I will memorialize this in a emailed kind of minute order, if you will, so that you have it in writing. I will also plan to wrap it into the next amended hearing notice that comes out, although at this point, I don't have one on my list. I think we have our next hearing dates and everything, so I'm not sure that we would have another reason for that. But what I will do in that minute order is I'll just include the table that's normally in the amended hearing notices that has the schedule. I will include all of that with these updated deadlines in there as well. With all of that, is there anything else we need to address before we break to reconvene June 1st? Ms. Desjardins.
Yeah, I just have a question about DWR 1335, the WGen stochastic weather generator report. And I did download that off of DWR's folder. And I'm not sure from what Ms. Morris said during she interrupted my cross and said, oh, we're not quite sure. So I'm not sure if it's actually an exhibit that DWR plans to introduce or not.
I don't know either, and that's it. So we'll see it. But if it's not, if DWR doesn't offer it into evidence, then you can offer it into evidence either way.
So I think in that case, what I would do is have the same exhibit, and I would then give it a DDJ exhibit number, but I would keep, I would reference it as the one that was introduced as DWR 1335.
I think we should keep it DWR. Well, I think we need to keep it DWR 1335 because that's how it's referred to in the transcript at this point. So I think it's stuck with that number.
Agree.
So you would be offering DWR 1335.
So I could offer it, but it would just be part of my I would keep that numbering and it would be part of my exhibits then.
Yes,
Ms.
unless
Desjardins, I'll
DWR
just represent now that we'll move that exhibit in so that you don't have to worry about it.
Okay, thank you. There were a lot of very specific questions and I want the document itself to be there. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Desjardins. One last request for DWR. This is minor. The team has asked if you would please email us, if you can, about where you see the index being inconsistent. That would be really helpful for us, and that will help focus our attention on the right spot.
We will do our best.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Is there any, no, I do not see a hand. Anything else that we should address before we close? Then I want to thank you again. Thank you so much. This was, I think the past couple of weeks have been very efficient, and I appreciate everyone's professionalism and good humor as we make our way through this. So thank you, and I will see you in June. We are adjourned.